morning and selamat pagi. Welcome to the first day of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. You join us for round 2 of the championship for the 2025 season, and we're about to cook everything up. It's going to be really exciting. Yesterday in the press conferences, we saw the championship leaders looking confident, but don't forget the contenders in the top 3 are hard charging and everyone is going to improve as we go along. Now, the Sepang International Circuit promises always plenty of action. 15 turns, 5.5 kilometers long, and 2 nearly 1 kilometer long straights. So the name of the game will be top speed. You would think. But there is a mix of turns. We have the long flowy turns like turns 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, as well as heartbreaking areas like turn 15 and as well as turn 4. Now, we saw yesterday a lot of riders were happy with turn 4. We saw Nakarin as well. He said that he loves it there because of the heartbreaking areas. But it's going to be interesting because another factor that we have to take into account here every time that we come to Sepang is the weather. As of right now, beautiful blue skies. Yesterday, however, we started the morning with plenty of rain, so anything can happen. We've had 50-50 conditions here in the past as well. It's everything to play for. The season really starts to ramp up now in round 2, and this weekend we're going to see all of that, all the way from the TVS Asia, the underbone 150s, the 250s, 600s, and finally the 1000s. Now, if you're around Malaysia, do come down to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. You can watch the action right here live from the grandstand, and you guys will stand a chance to win 2 bikes actually with our happy bag. So don't miss out on this opportunity. The underbones are going to be out first for the first practice session, and we'll catch you out on track.
Road Racing Championship. We are here at the mighty Petronas Sepang International Circuit for round 2, and as is normally the case, not always, but normally, the first bikes out on track, first bikes to shatter the silence are the underbone 150s, so they're coming out on track now. As ever, we have a big field for the underbone 150s. Lots of drama lined up for the entire weekend. It's impossible to come to Sepang without immediately talking about the weather, and Daniel, you did that in your introduction. Now it looks pretty calm. It's one of the coolest conditions I've experienced here at Sepang right now, but I know how quickly that can change.
Yeah, the sun was already peeking through the clouds, so we can expect the temperatures to rise to the heat that we expect here at Sepang. At the same time, you can never know what the weather truly will bring. For now, it stays cloudy throughout the day, but that can always change.
The weather as unpredictable as the racing class we now have out on track, the underbone 150s. And we had, as always, a fantastic round 1. And a really good showing from LFN Zir, LFN HP 969, the Indonesian team, with Husni Heinul Zaud. Husni, help me out, Daniel.
Husni Zainul
Fauzi. And Govida Krishna coming away gloriously from that round with a win apiece. Husni picked up a P4 as well. Govida a P5, so that means that Husni leads the way with a 2-point advantage after that just one round. Also showing really strongly was Fahmi Bassam, who took a second place in race 1, and a lot of the other usual suspects. Aditya Fauzi, who was electrifying as a new rider in the series last year. He picked up a P2 in race 2. And Dimas Juliet Moko made it onto the podium for race deck 60. So we had a really dramatic opening, and here at Sepang, there's going to be a lot more. One of the riders I'm really pleased to see on the entry list here, Daniel, is Shafiq Rasul coming back in with TKKR. Now TKKR have been active here in Malaysia in MSBK, but we've missed them for a season or two in ARRC. And Shafiq Rasul, just to remind everybody, was second in the 2023 championship, picked up 3 wins during that season. So yeah, great things. You've seen him more recently than I have, I guess. What's your assessment?
So I think with TKKR, they just been going through a lot of issues funding-wise, and it's not been an easy road for them because we know how brilliant they are. And in the national championships, they've slowly climbed back to form. And Shafiq Rasul as well, he's sticking with them in the national championship, as we can see here as well in Underbones. He's been good, and I was hoping that they would actually enter both Shafiq and Hafiza, but this time it's just Shafiq by himself. It's not going to be an easy weekend, but we know the quality of 1xx. They know what it takes to become a race-winning team. So I think we can see potentially a good result coming from them.
Yeah, and on your screen there, number 43 is another one to watch out for, the Filipino rider, April King Moscato. April King, widely feted in the Philippines. He had a DNF, didn't he, in Buriram, and picked up 4 points in the second race. So lots more to come from the Filipino rider. But it was all about Indonesia and Malaysia in round 1. So here today we have 2 sessions for the underbones. The combined times from these 2 sessions will determine who goes through to the top 12 for Q2 tomorrow, and the rest will battle it out for another 2 places in Q1, which will get us underway tomorrow morning. And that will be followed by Super Pole, which will be for the quickest 10 from Q2. So there's April King, another Filipino coming through there, number 17, and Masato Fernando. Masato often is there and looks on the pace. The results haven't been there for a while. He picked up no points in Buriram, so he's looking for more. I'll just pick out the numbers as we see them. Quite a peaceful scene at the moment. It's at 8:38 local time here at Sepang, just around the corner from the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. So very convenient if you're flying in for the race.
Yeah, it's peaceful around the circuit right now. I think it's also because we see them all riding in their own, and not really in a large group like we're used to seeing. I think everyone just trying to get that pace in, trying to just find the setups. The fastest lap times that we've seen around here last season were around the 2:33s to the mid 2:35s. Fastest done so far was Akiraze's at 2:32.2. Of course, in an ideal situation when they have slipstream, Samran Pamibasam, he's the only one who sets in a fast time at 2:36, and that should reduce by about 2 seconds at least.
Yeah. Shazras also looking quick in the early stages, or at least bringing his times down. I guess the circuit conditions aren't ideal at the moment. It does kind of look a little bit damp. Pick up these riders coming through now. That is, yeah, April King. The camera loves April King. Moscado for the Philippine arm of Uma Racing.
Race winner last time out in Buriram has just set a 2:33.3, so that's a really quick time for
That's a big
practice
chunk.
one.
That's a big chunk taken off the lap time. Absolutely.
2:33.3 is actually a top 3 time for last year's qualifying. That's really impressive from Husni already.
Yeah, I got the race. Race times here. 2:33.7, quickest. So Husni is following up his magnificent round 1 with a fantastic start to free practice 1.
I think he's really happy with the team, and I can see the support Elephant and Ishmi Nasiksan have been giving a couple of teams that they're supporting in this championship as well. And I think Husni, the pairing with Gubita, he was telling me yesterday that that's his idol.
Oh dear, okay. So that's the...
By Zekri.
Yeah. Okay, well, he's got plenty of time to put it back together again. 20 minutes or so in this session, and another 30-minute session to follow later on. And here on the left, the number 11, Fajrul Sham. He was a winner last time here at Sepang. We came here for round 5 last year, running with his teammate there, Shamil Amsyar.
Let's have a look at Faiz Zekri, one of the wild cards for this round.
Flashing through there on the pink bike, the number 178 was Kiki Sudaman. He looked quick in Buriram, but didn't get the results, came away with no points. So he's one that's going to be fighting for improvements. And there we have number 13. There's another one to really watch out for, Akiraziz, for the aptly named Pits Bike Superfast JRT racing team.
Yeah, speaking of Superfast, looks like there's a bit of a partnership as well with Pits Bike with TKKR. Just looked at the team name for this time round. They have the Superfast logo as well on it. So a bit of a collaboration. We know they've been working together in the Malaysian Championship, so it's good to see that partnership coming through to the underbone 150s here in ARC as well. Actually, a decent start as well from Shafiq Russell, 2:35.8. Of course, he's a bit behind Husni's amazing 2:33.3, but
yeah, but look at that. Afif Amran and Akid Aziz both in the 2:33s, as is Dimas Juliet Moko. Dimas finishing 3rd in race 2 last time out in Buriram, so a good start from a rider that for a couple of seasons has looked really quick, but not quite converted that into results. Perhaps this is his year.
speaking of this is their year, we would expect that from Akid and Afif as well, but round 1 didn't really come away that well for them. But decent chunk of points for Akid, however. He's only 7th in the championship after 2 races. He's collected 23 points. But Akid in the national championship in Malaysia, he's been riding not at his best that we've seen for the past couple of seasons. So it's going to be a bit of a journey for him this year. Afif, however, has been on the top of the list in every race that I've seen him racing. So still a fantastic pairing for a pits bike, and I think it's about time we see them really being consistent at the top. But for now, Husni's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, he sure is. And Afif Amran looked the more threatening of the two pits bike riders in Buriram. He did get onto the podium in race 1 with a P3, but was always pushing at the front. So yeah, good to see him. One of the is he old enough to call the veteran now, or does he have enough experience to be called? Not quite, but a very experienced and really good rider. And right on cue there, the number 50, Afif, and the number 13, Akid, running near the front of that group.
Yeah, this is a more familiar sight now, just seeing a huge group of underbone riders come down into turn 15. Still have 15 minutes left, so plenty of time for them to come back in, make some adjustments. But as of right now, it looks like timing-wise, we haven't seen much improvements, but Aditya Fauzi's on a really good one. He's right in the middle of this pack, so he's got good slipstream. He comes across now. He goes up into 5th at 2:34.135.
Yeah, so some really good times in these cooler conditions in the early morning. Going through there, the number 87 is, of course, Nazrul Izzat Bahadin, who put up a spirited defence of his championship last year, but suffered injury and then mechanical issues in the final round, so couldn't make a successful defence. Gurita Krishna, number 23, near the front of that group there, always up there as well. Gurita recorded a 5th, and of course that win in race 2 in Buriram. And he has a particular style. If any of you read the preview for this race, he did say he tries to keep within the top 5 for the whole race, and you can see that from his record. 2 times champion in earlier days. So Gurita Krishna, yeah, another one of the experienced riders, but still too young to be called a veteran in this class, but a rider that many of them do look up to.
Yeah, Gurita, really one of those riders that, for a lot of the Indonesian underbone boys coming up, was an example to look at. So right now, a rider that's on the rise that I really am excited seeing seeing at the top is Aditya Fauzi. I think he just has this unique style about him, and to be honest, going on from a Yamaha to a Honda in a Yamaha dominant field, as well as where the Honda perhaps needs a lot of R&D, but they put in some amazing work, and for Aditya Fauzi to find the podium last time out in Buriram, 2nd place, it's a fantastic result. And you can see right now as well at Sepang, where the real test would be top speed and getting the drive out. He's already starting off really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was really a revelation right from the first time we saw him in ARRC, which was in Mandalika in 2023. Then he came through, did the full season last year, and was a championship challenger pretty much throughout. Two Filipino riders there, Injay Sobretodo and April King Moscado, running around a little bit off the pace there. April King 4 seconds down on the best time, that's still held by Husni Zainal Fauzi. See here just how wide this Sabang circuit is. It's probably the widest track we come to, so you need to see a group of underbone bikes on it to get some kind of perspective, otherwise they look tiny.
Yeah, indeed. It's a beautiful 5.5 kilometer long track, this Sabang International Circuit, and the width of it allows for so many different lines going into turns like turn 1 and 15, which is why we always see absolute drama at the end of a race. I think we can expect more of the same this weekend.
Yeah, so many fast turns, the kind of racetrack that does just lend itself to great racing. With turns 1 and turns 15 also, those really slow challenging corners, providing lots and lots of drama.
There's a bit of a look there. One of the other wildcards that we have is Idofitri Mahadi. It's a bit down the order for now, but Idofitri, an ex-junior GP rider, currently has had a couple of tests and wildcard on a Moto3 machine. Now he's with Wawa Pang. Proper a strong outfit, but Wawa Pang have only joined us for the past couple of seasons for wildcards in Sepang. Love to see them coming into a full season.
Yeah, they're such a great team with an amazing record. When I first started looking at underbones, Wabai Pang was the first team that caught my eye, really.
Yeah, but I think it's really led by the passion of Sifu in Warapang.
Yeah.
He's absolutely loves the sport, and yeah, it's good to see them back in the paddock, but really want to see them for a full season. I think if they can come back for a full season, they would be putting in quite a good fight.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. Right in the fight there is the number 50, catching the camera's attention for very good reason so far in this session. We're 20 minutes into this session, almost 21. So FIFAM Ram giving some notice that he really means it. Just less than 1/10 of a second off that leading time currently of Husni Zainal Fauzi that he set quite a while back now.
Obviously in this session, clocked the fastest second and fourth sector. The fastest first sector was done by Aditya Fauzi. Pastor Sham, who was a race winner here last year, he's found himself in 8th. Haji in 7th for now.
Yeah, Wayu Haji looked strong in Buriram. Looks as though he'll once again be a contender this year.
Left in this session. Fast sectors coming in from Fami Basam and Amakoso Sham. A few riders improving, but the issue for them really comes down to turn 11, 12, 13, all the way down to turn 15 when they start jousting a little and just get out of that pocket of slipstream. It's Kiki Sudaman with Idofitri Mahadi.
Yeah, Kiki Sudaman is who seems to be in this group, but he hasn't recorded a really good time yet.
Similar story to Buriram again. Yeah. I think he just needs to piece everything together and slowly find his way up. Some with bike issues, but it looks a bit. It's Sharo Shazras. He came up for 2 laps, didn't set a fast time, and he's gone back in. Shazras back in 2023. Super Bowl, I think it was, where he qualified on pole. Unfortunately, had a DNF in both races, but it was a time where he came in and showed his speed, so hoping to see more of the same from some of the wildcards. But Shazras this time is a full season rider, so it will be another opportunity for him.
Yep, and here comes the big group here that we've been looking at for a while. Fabriancia for Team One for All, the number 88, and Dawizi in there as well for the Streamer Uzi Asia team. Teammate, of course, to Shadras. 24 going through there, Team 1 for All's Pirapong Peng. It's a long time since he's been on the podium. Again, another rider that's always threatening. Going right through the centre of your screen there was the number 87, the 2023 champion, Nazarol. He looked competitive in round 1. Didn't get himself onto the podium, but he does look good, and we know he goes well here at his home track at Sepang.
Fazil Sham, really one of the legends in this field. Missed the days where it was both Fazil Sham and Fazil Sham racing in this category.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we will have Fazil Sham actually in the paddock with TKKR. He is a coach as well as a mechanic there now, helping the riders. I think Fazil Sham has hung up the boots.
Yeah. Of course, as a commentator, I don't have favourites, but Fazli, if I was inclined towards favourites, he would always have been one of them. Great character and such a good rider.
He is, yeah. I mean, he was an example for many Malaysian riders coming up, and he really developed his own style about riding an underbone bike.
Yeah, that style of folding that long frame, those long legs and those long arms to make them almost disappear behind the almost non-existent fairing. Yeah, amazing.
I thought it was a couple of bikes running off, but I was just pit lane exit at the back. But for now, looking at the times, it hasn't shifted much. Amir Arif Musa, an impressive showing this time. He's up into 8th. Wayuaji up into 5th.
Yeah, Fahmi up into 2nd. So yeah, it's less than 1/10 of a second covering the first 3. Bizni, Fahmi and Afif.
Yeah, Wayuaji as well finding some late improvements up into 5th. Aditya, Wayuaji's teammate last season, he's holding on to 7th. In pit lane now. Nazrul Izzat, the 2023 champion, he's down in 10th. Nazrul Izzat a decent chunk of points back in round 1. But it only gives him as much as 8th in the championship for now. I think Gupita this weekend should be one to look out for. I think he goes well around Sepang. This season he's already started it off better than he has in the past when we started in Buriram.
Yes, he did, yeah. Yeah, we know what he's capable of, and yeah, last time what did he do here? He had a P2 in race 1 and a P8 in race 2. A full second behind the winner. So yeah, Gupita always one to watch out for.
He is, when we talk about the conversation of Ahmad Fazil Sham and Ahmad Fazil Sham, I think we definitely have to add Gupita into that. I think he's just another one that's been always near the top, if not at the top. And as you see me listening in the interview yesterday for the press conference, Husni mentioned that a lot of the Indonesian riders look up to him, and he is the example to follow.
Yeah, he's still got a real edge about him, hasn't he? He's not one of those more senior riders that just kind of strokes it and, you know, gets a result every now and again. He's absolutely giving it 100%, fighting his heart out every time he gets on the bike. So, yeah, a lot to love about Gupita Krishna and his style.
John Emerson, for now he's up into 13th. Decent position, but for S1M, looking to finally see them challenging for more consistent podiums. Pirapong Peng mid-pack for now. I'm excited seeing Ahmad Darisi this time. I think he's one of those Malaysian riders who went quite under the radar. He was in the Asia Talent Cup a number of years back. So I think it's a good pairing between Shazras and Ahmad Darisi. Now we see just about 17 now, if I'm not mistaken, 17 years old.
Okay.
So still young, still on the rise, and still very much hungry. And with Stremo Yuzi, I think the Yuzi Garage knows how to really nurture talent. I mean, we've seen it with Azroy, so should be a good rise from him in the coming years.
Yeah. Even my grab rider who brought me from the airport to the circuit was talking about Yuzi and Azroy as people he knew, and I think he really did in this case. Yeah.
Looking around on the list, April is actually on a really good lap. He set the fastest first sector time and a decent second sector. The other Uman bikes was Adib Arshad, who's down in 22nd. Adib, another young talent on the rise. He's about 16 years old. Ian J. Sobretodo is one of the full season riders for this season.
Yeah.
With Uma MMR. And a young Filipino talent. So it's good to see more Filipino riders coming into this championship.
Yeah, it is, and in other classes as well. So, we got more in 250s as well, as we'll be seeing quite soon.
I think the development in the Philippines is going well. We've seen it as well in the Asia Talent Cup, as well as now for the 600s, last time out.
Bodes well. We've got half a second between the top 6.
That they're just pushing on for a final lap. Look up April's lap, because April was on a good lap. It should push him up a few positions.
Yeah, this is the last time around for that group. Yeah.
April's gone third fastest, and Afif has gone all the way to the top with a 2:32.5.
Wow. That's a full 7/10 faster than anyone else. That's a special lap. Now we have to look up and see when's the last time somebody did a 2:32 around here.
Akira's teammate actually 2:32.2 in qualifying, but this is only practice 1.
Right. So conditions are obviously good out there, and with that sensational 2:32.5 dead, it is Amada Fifam Ranford Pits Bike super fast JRT racing team. Next up, the brilliant young Indonesian Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zaya LFN HP 969. April King Moscato with that late lunge came through in 3rd, 4th Fahmi Bassam 5th, Akida Ziz 6th, YOG Trilexana 7th, Dimas Julie 8th, Effendi 9th, Aditya Fauzi, Amral Afif Musa for Maestro SCK was 10th, 11th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, Nazrul Izzat finished in 12th, 13th, Guvita Krishna, 14th Masato Fernando for Kobe Sec Yamaha Racing, Owen Sanjaya for Yamaha LFN HP 969 was 15th. And the number 20, I was going to say the number 22, but it's number 25, John Emerson Ngito for 16th, 17th, Idil Fitri, Shafiq Rasul, welcome back to him for TKKR Rapido, was 18th, Hafiz Farrell was 17th, I'm going to jump to 23rd now, this is too difficult. Shazras didn't get many laps in, but he was 23rd, 24th, Adib Arshad, 25th, Febriancia for Team One for All, Kiki Suderman Manarung, the JPNW SND was 26th, 27th, Afizi Supat, Tengu Amaral Afiruddin for Voj, there's 25, no time for him, or for the number 15, Faiz Zekri Sabri. So that shows you how big this field is. I think it is 29.
Yeah, it's more packed than it was in Buriram. It's always good to see. Yeah, struggles again for the Voj GS25 team. I think it's Sepang definitely is going to be a big struggle.
Yeah, early days for the for the Chinese manufacturer, but we'll see. They'll make progress, and it's fantastic to see a third manufacturer in this championship. That's Undervone's FP1 done. Next up will be the AP250s. They'll be coming up in about 7 minutes from now at 9:10 local time, so stay with us. We're at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Free Practice Friday here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, and this is the second session of 13 we've got in store for you today. And this is the AP250 class, another very well stocked class. And since last season, this is round 2 of course, since last season lots of riders have moved out and lots of riders have moved in, so there's lots to talk about here. And the rider just going through there, the number 157 on your screen, is definitely one of the newbies to talk about. That's Murabil Vitoni, who came in really quickly and made his mark in round 1, having stepped up from underbones. It's not always an easy step to make from an underbone to a tanked machine, but he's done it really well, and is currently sitting on top of the timing screens at this very early stage. The 2 race winners from last time out, Herjan Atner and Ferozi Torakatula, are now up in the 600 class. And so that leaves me, Daniel, wanting to talk about Aiki Iyoshi, who almost won both races last time out. The first one was just by a sliver, ended up as 0.05 of a second behind Herjan, and the second time was 0.13 of a second behind Ferozi. So if nothing else changes, then Aiki Iyoshi is going to go very well here, and who's to say he won't, because he looked good in the early stages on this gorgeous Kawasaki Z25R.
Yeah, I think the main issue was when everyone has made a step forward. I think the Z25 has just been a bit stuck with how the bike's developed. We saw it in round 1 where it just really hasn't found its pace again. Buriram and Sepang are 2 of the tracks where we expect the bike to go pretty good around, places where it's a bit favorable to have that extra top speed, but it's just not been happening for them. However, I will check, maybe there's been some leeway regulations wise with a bit more revs being available. I think that would help them a lot,
yeah,
because they have now a limiter, if I remember correctly, at about 13,500 RPM. If it was last season, the bike revs all the way till about 18,000 RPM, so they have a little bit more. I think it would be really beneficial.
Yeah, I came away from Buriram thinking maybe because we do tweak the RPM limits to equalize the performance of 3 very different machines, that maybe they just needed a little tweak to put them back on really competitive terms. But having said that, Aiki Iyoshi did do a robust job in round 1, and his teammate in Moto Kawasaki, Sniper Manual Tech, is the 2 times AP250 champion, who's returned after some nasty injuries. Andy Fadley, looks like he's taking a little while to get his race fitness back. What was your assessment of Andy from round 1, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Andy was just having to get used to riding bigger bikes again. He's only been riding underbones back in Indonesia since his injury, and for him it's a big change from the older ZX250R to now the new ZX25R. It's, I think, about 30-40 kilos heavier, so it's a lot of work to be done. It's a completely different type of riding a bike that heavy with a 250cc class. And again, the point about the RPMs now, the peak torque stock comes out at about 12,500 RPM, which is right about where they've limited the RPMs for the ZX25 here. So it's a lot of adjustment. I think a lot of setup that needed to be done. It's Galang Hendra just gone off there. World Super Sports 300 podium finisher last season, with his brother Aldi Satya, the champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, Galang put himself on the podium in round 1, so that was really good to see.
Here's Fadilar Biaditama, former World Championship rider in Moto3. He's come now into the 250 class looking properly strong. He started off so well. He is riding with an RPM cut this weekend due to this fantastic double victory in Buriram.
Yeah, he's lost 200 RPM, so no doubt Astra Honda have been doing a little bit of work on the mapping for that machine, because you need as much power as you can get on this Sepang circuit. A lot of very fast sections.
But because of how good Astra have been, they're not unfamiliar with RPM cuts every season.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're normally 500, and they have been running riders that have had, you know, they've ratcheted up to 1,000 RPM rev cuts as well. So yeah, they can probably engineer their way around that. Harvey was the talk of the class in Buriram in round 1, double winner, and yeah, another fine product from the Astra Honda Star Factory in Indonesia. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think for RB, his career took a hit in COVID, as it did for many riders, and that's why his debut in the prototype class wasn't one where he had enough mileage, and Moto3 will always be a struggle without that foundation having been made in a Talent Cup type of format. So this is really another breath of life into his racing career, coming into the AP250 class with Astra Honda, and he looks very positive. I think he is super professional with the way he approaches everything in his riding and in the way that he speaks. So I'm looking forward to seeing RB throughout the course of the season, and we've already seen fantastic performances in round 1, and we can expect a fantastic performance in every round at this rate.
Yeah, you do get that impression. The class was obvious in round 1, including the way, I think, in race 1 or race 2, where he outwitted race 2, I think, outwitted Kritapat on the final turn. That was really clever.
Yeah, he was telling me about how in race 1 itself, he already knew that that's where he measured the limit on the brakes, and he knew that if Kritapat went any later that he was going to make a mistake. And ultimately in race 2, he said it was just the same plan in the last lap, push all the way, just take note that Kritapat will try, and if he does try, he's going to come charging through and potentially crashing out. And he measured that brilliantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, at the same circuit at Chang International, I can remember Dovizioso doing that to none other than Marc Marquez, just sucking him in on the brakes. Yeah. But there is, we were talking about him earlier, Aiki Yoshi on the number 37, ZX25R. He's got Kandra Hermawan, the number 88, behind him. Kandra, or is the correct pronunciation Chandra, Daniel?
Should be Chandra.
Okay. Right, Chandra Hermawan, who had a good outing in round 1 too for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Just looking at the team names, I think one of the interesting shifts has been, once again, the collaboration between the UZ team as well as Honda Racing Vietnam, with Nguyen Ton Ampu officially riding for Estremo UZ Asia team. So good collaboration for the Honda garages, and I think one that's working really well.
Yeah. These two riders running together here. I didn't instantly recognize the rider just ahead there. That's Shinchen Zhang, because they've got a black fairing on the front for free practice. They were luckless in Buriram, you have to say. Both riders, Rish Takahira as well. Rish Takahira had a puncture in race 1.
That's right. Yeah, it was an unfortunate start to their campaign. Of course, Shin Zhang previously only riding with wildcard riders instead of a full season rider. This time round, he has reached Takahira as a strike partner. We know how fast Richie Takira can be.
For sure. And it's Chao Vietnam, who got a P2 here at Sepang last time out, and is really looking accomplished now as a real contender for Honda Racing Vietnam. And he's one of these riders, you were talking about Gupita in the underload class, but he's one of these riders to whom a lot of the youngsters coming through in Vietnam are looking at now. They're seeing that it's possible to be competitive, to win at international level. So massive props to Chao Vietnam and how he's persisted over the seasons and what he's achieving now.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that somewhere in Vietnam there's a young boy or girl just watching Chao Vietnam do what he's doing and really begin to believe in the possibilities, as you said. So really it's an amazing step from Chao Vietnam to really make that step forward and become a top contender. I mean, we saw him struggling just for points just a few seasons ago, and now he's properly fighting at the top.
Yeah, and along the way we've seen him do well in the Talent Cups as well, Thailand Talent Cup, Asia Talent Cup. Yeah, he is a really good rider, and he believes, most importantly, he believes he can do it now because he's done it. Just thinking about Tonan Phu there, I think he showed pretty well in round one. What did he do? Scored points in both races, so definitely heading in the right direction.
Interestingly, they're both riding for different teams, but they are in the same pit box. The UZ team are collaborating with Honda Racing Vietnam, but Chao Vietnam maintaining with the Honda Racing Vietnam team name, Tonan Phu with the UZ Asia team name. That was a good look at Shun Cheng Zhang. Again, what we usually see from him, he's riding on his own, and then later on he gets a bit of a duo session with his teammate.
Yeah, he really loves his racing. He does a lot in China as well. It's only through knowing him that I've realised just how much racing there is in China.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
He seems to be doing something most weekends.
Pretty active scene that they have there. Over there, he's been at the top of his game. Galanhendra was with him just a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, and they both really lit it up there. Interesting to see how his improvements are this weekend. So right now he's lapping in 22nd, ahead of Idemitsu Honda Racing India's rider Johan Reeves Emmanuel. Saw Johan training here just well at the go-kart track just a few days ago.
There's a rider I'm happy to see in this back in this class, Irfan Ardiansha, the number 16. Originally an Astra Honda product, if I can call him a product, but a really determined, quick rider who loves to scrap. Ideal for this class.
Yeah, and an awesome collaboration between a strong Malaysian team, SEK, and an Indonesian outfit, NWN. I think it's been working really well because SEK has had their struggles across every category they've competed in. And of course, the Indonesian developments in two-wheeled motorsports have been fantastic in both the 150s as well as the 250 classes. So it's a really strong partnership, and having Irfan Ardiansha and Irfan Haikal, one very experienced 250 class rider as well as the young talent on the rise, I think it's a really good recipe for a team that can take it to the top. Maybe not this season, but in the coming years.
Yeah, they really do look promising. And I agree with you, Daniel. I think it's really good to see, you know, Malaysian and Indonesian teams linking up so effectively.
You can see them there, so working very well together, the two Irfans. And I think for the team's development as well, it's really good to have this pairing. I mean, you have Irfan Ardiansyah, who's a tall, lanky form in the 250, and Irfan Haikal, who is absolutely brutal on the brakes, and you know, he's small enough to tuck in behind the fairing and almost disappear behind it. So you have two different styles of riding, two different perspectives as well.
Yeah, this is good to watch. Irfan Haikal did lunge past a couple of corners ago on Irfan. So this is a nice little outing for these guys. Still got 8 minutes remaining in this 30-minute session. Rishi Takahira, who ran out of luck but was super fast in Buriram, currently quickest by half a second from Chandrahan Mawan. He's done a 2:24.253. And it's always worth looking at past lap times. Race times in the 2:25s. So yeah, that's quick.
Yeah, Rishi Takahira has quite a good experience in Sepang. In Asia Talent Cup, I remember him always fighting for the podium too. He's always very, very rapid. Now with Tiwa and Teres, once again, he's just proving that that bike is really set up quite well by Shun Cheng Zhang and the team. Rishi Takahira, the right man to deliver the results. We saw it a bit with Humberto Mayer last season at the end.
Yeah,
we saw the potential of the bike. But I think, of course, the pairing of the better developed bike as well as the quality of reach, that now the bike is really a front runner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah. Irfan Ardiansyah has moved himself up into second.
Yeah, bringing Irfan Haikal as well up into fourth, so a brilliant start from NWN SEK.
Yeah, they just displaced Kritapat Kenkung, a rising star from Thailand, the Yamaha Thailand racing team. He did look the part in Buriram, didn't he? Surrounded by people all the time. He interviewed very well, he was really quick, but in the end didn't get the results. Crashing out of race 1.
Yep, at the last turn,
yeah. And being outfoxed at the final turn by RB in race 2, but loads of potential there.
Yeah, they came for the Malaysian Superbike Championship just a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't an easy weekend. The bikes that they were supposed to have, they didn't, and they were riding bikes which were practically rented from other teams. So it was a struggle because they basically wanted to prepare for this weekend, but they were unable to due to unforeseen circumstances. But nevertheless, he put in a brilliant fight. Anupap was here as well. Anupap was another one who didn't have his bike, so he was also having a big struggle. But despite the difficulties, I think they would have definitely gained something by being here and just understanding the track conditions, the track surface a bit better. Mechanics also will have learned a thing or two by working on a bike they were unfamiliar with and having to adjust. So right now 2:24.8 is not a bad time at all from Kritapat. I think as we progress it will be better for them, but for now I think the worry for everyone will be Rishi Takahira being half a second ahead.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. And a rider coming up, a new rider in the class that we were looking for in Buriram, but he didn't quite show up, was Faris Putra. He's on a 2:25.5. That's 8th quickest. So just look here at Long Nan Zi, the Yamaha for Victor Racing Team. regular rider. He's his best lap some way down at the moment. 2:36. This is a long circuit, so the time differences often do stretch out.
I just want to point out Gao Xiang's improvements for the past couple of rounds. I saw him in MSBK a couple of weeks ago, well, about 3 weeks ago. And he was contesting some of the top times there. And by top times, I'm talking about Irfan Haikal, who is currently fighting in the top 4. And you can see it right now at 2:26.2. Yes, he's away by about nearly 2 seconds, but it's a huge improvement. Oh, someone's gone off there. That's some of the Yamahas. Is it a Honda? I think that's a Tonampu, I think. It's one of the CHJ suits which are usually used by the UZ Extremo team.
Yeah, so Kalan Kendra, who had an interruption earlier on, he's still being trailed there by Shunchen Zhang, TY Antares.
Yeah, they were running together in the Chinese Championship a few weeks ago. Now running together here.
Okay, so that's a friendship. Or at least a collaboration. We've got Shunchen Zhang, 2:30 for him.
There's Ahmad Andy Mama Fadli. The Zag 25R, the very familiar 108. I think he'll be looking for a big step up this weekend. It's not come yet in this session.
Getting used to the bike, as we were saying earlier, such a different configuration, as well as overcoming those injuries. It is a big ask for Andy, but we know his quality, and yeah, it'd be great to see him fighting back at the front. 2 times champion.
I think one of the legends in quarter-liter racing for Indonesia.
There goes Aiki Yoshi, currently on a 2:25.125. RB improving. And his teammate, Davina Brittani, a little bit quiet.
Yeah, I think for RB it's going to be a matter of finding the setup with that rev cut. Again, it's going to be new to him, and he will have to find a way to ride that bike as quick as he wants it to go. But it's not easy. Once you start limiting the amount of playroom you have at the top end of the bike, especially in the 250 class, you start having to play with the torque curve, how you set the bike up, how you ride as well, how much earlier you need to open. So it's a lot of factors to take into account, and it's not going to be easy, but with his quality, he will adapt. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be soon enough or whether it's going to take him some time.
Yeah, so we got the checkered flag out now. I don't see anybody threatening the top positions. So this will be a welcome sight for the people behind T-Way Antares. Their man at the top of the timing screens. Can safely say that's a first for them, so congratulations and long may it continue. This is such a demanding class to come into and perform in.
I think it was in Guiram where reached Takahiro, yeah, he qualified there.
Yeah,
Yes.
front row, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Right, let's skip through the results then. So there he is, Rish Takahiro, 2:24.253. Fantastic time by any standard. Irfan Ardianshah for Maestro NWN SCK was second. Chandraher Mawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesian was third. Irfan Haikal, also for Maestro NWN SCK, was fourth. Kritapat Kenkum for Yamaha Thailand, he was fifth. Sixth, Aiki Iyoshi for Dilla RB was seventh. And eighth, Murabal Vitoni for Yamaha LFN HP 969. And Faris Putra getting to grips with that Cardinals Racing, Cardinals Factory Yamaha. He was 9th. Chow Vietnam 10th. 11th, Gao Zhang for Team One for All. Galing Hendra Pratama was 12th. 13th, Davina Brittani for Astra Honda. Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha BAF Yamalube was 14th. 15th, Jazil Jeremy, Team ACR. And he can't have been 16th as well, so let's go to 17th, Alfred Jacob Sablaya for STG Hark Pro. Fadil Al-Ghassani Priyadi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 18th. 19th, Tonan Bu for Extremo UZ Asia Team. Fellow of Indonesian, Nguyen, let's jump to 23rd, Izamit Mal for Victor Racing, 23rd. 24th, Joan Reeves Emmanuel. 25th, Shunchen Zhang for TY Antares. Yu Guangyang or Yuan for Team One for All. Two Chinese riders in this class, and Long Nan Zi was the last rider up there. So that's the AP250 FP1. We're continuing with free practice Friday throughout the day through to the late afternoon. Next up will be the first practice session for the Supersport 600. So join us then, or stay with us. That will be up at 9:50 local time. That's in 7 or 8 minutes from now. We'll see you then. It's Free Practice Friday here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Welcome back. This is the third session of the day. As you see, these machines go around turns 1 and 2 and now 3. It's a very technical first sector of this formidable circuit just outside of Kuala Lumpur, local to the airport. And we're here, of course, for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And this is the first of 3 sessions today for the Supersport 600s. And the rider flashing through first there is Tanat Longpliao for Honda Thailand Racing Team. And Kitsadar Tanachok, the number 18, his teammate. Strong representation from Thailand in this class, also with Anupab Samoon going for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Number 500 we've seen in all classes, pretty much, with the possible exception of Underbones in ARRC. One rider running wide there, I think that was one of the Thai Hondas. But early in the session, we're just 5 minutes into the 30-minute first free practice session of the day. So far today, the times have been really good for the Underbone 150s and 250s that we've seen so far. So it seems that the slightly cooler conditions here at Sepang are favouring lap times. So let's see how this pans out during the day as we get into the hotter part and the free practice 2 and 3. 32 going through there. There's a rider worth talking about for Honda Malaysia Racing Team. Helmi Azman took a win last time we were here in September 2024 for round 5 of the last year's championship. And Rod on cue, he records the fastest time so far. That's a 2:12.168. You can expect a second to come off that time as this session wears on. And there is Anupab Samoon, Thai rider, much fancied at Buriram. He did pick up a P2 and a P5, so he's looking okay in terms of the championship, although he was expected to do a little better than that at his home track. However, we know his quality. He's also raced Super Sports in the World Superbike Series. And there he is behind Helmi Azman. Helmi has been racing in this category since 2018, I think I'm right in saying, and has pretty much always been there. In his early career he had a bit of a knock with a broken leg that set him back for a while, but for the last few seasons he's been very much always there challenging. And as I said, a race win last time out for Helmi Azman. So also running for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, it's Karl Idampawi. Currently second on your screens. And another Yamaha worth watching out for when he comes onto your screen is the 500 we were just talking about. That's Anupab Samoon. But McKinley Carl Paz is another one worth looking for. He's on board for Hong Leong Yamaha Racing. His second season now in this category, and really starting to come good with podium in Buriram. And we haven't seen him yet, but we'll talk about Daniel Kazmayuddin when he pops up on the screen. For now we're staying with Helmi Azman, number 32 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. And he's brought his time down. Anupab Samoon has, I said, be looking for the 211s. Anupab straight into the 210s with a 210.7 for the Thai rider. Helmi has improved as well to 10.9. So there is your marker. Karol Idimpawi is next up. Daniel Bogut is next to me. Daniel, I want to ask you how you feel Karol Idimpawi, Super Kip. He had a quiet, by his standards, round one. What's the story there?
Honestly, it's something where I'd have to say I'm clueless. He has been really off the pace by his standards. In the Malaysian Championship, riding the same bike, similar tyres, he only managed a best time of 2:11s as his consistency, and with that he made a big error as well on that weekend, and he's just been a shadow of his former self. It's hard to say what's going on with Kip. He does come back fresh off World Supersport, but it was a struggling season for him. And I mean, we can see the speed is there, but you look at Helmi Azman, look at Shafruddin Azman as well. They're just a couple of steps ahead of him for now. I think Kip has what it takes to go at the front, as we've always seen in the past. He's a former double race winner in the World Championship. So it's just a matter of Kip bringing it all back together.
Yeah, and for really almost the whole of 2023, he was the rider to beat in this class. So yeah, it is a bit of a mystery.
Lap times coming in 2:10s from Anupam and Helmi. We know 2:09s are possible on race ties, and we've seen 2:08s done by, well, 1:2:08 done by Apiwat Wongtananon last season. I haven't seen a 2:08 since the World Supersport 600 have come here, so it's an unbelievable time from Apiwat.
Yeah, well, he was on his way to a convincing championship win last season. And now, of course, he's in a brand new team, brand new bike, in a brand new class, ASB 1000, which will be coming up after this. But there is your race 2 race winner from round 1, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. We're happy to see Kazma get his mojo back, even if it is in a different class. It doesn't matter, this is a super competitive category. And he really put it all together in race 2. It was a dry race. Race 1 was wet. He really did look like his imperious former self in Buriram.
Yeah, Kazma, I think in the ASB was just not the best that we've seen of him, and I don't think it's to any fault of his own. I think the Yamaha R1 just needs a lot of development as a bike in this class. I mean, we've seen their struggles throughout the all international championships. It's not been an easy road for Yamaha with the 1000cc class, but we know in the intermediate class they've always been strong. The R6 is a fantastic bike, and Kazma with the R6, I'm so happy seeing him on it. As much as I would love to have seen him in the ASB still, he is brilliant on the 600, and we saw a proper display of his brilliance in race 2 last time out. He's been training really hard as well. He's been trying to get back into the style of riding a 600cc bike, almost completely different from a 1000cc class. Way more rolling speed, a lot less power, a lot less torque. It's almost like riding a 250 just with the capability to go 260 kph down the straight of Sepang, and he's already set the fastest Sector 3 time. So I think Kazma's well on course to do about a mid 2:10.
Yeah, we saw what he was made of in 2019 in this class, because it was a year that, if you just looked at the numbers, was dominated by Pirapong Boonlet. But actually, if you split the season into halves, Kazma won the second half.
Yep.
As Pirapong went into championship winning mode. But Kazma, yeah, we know he can ride these 600s, and we really did see it last time out.
Yeah, he's just come across in a 2:10.5. So Kazma with his first proper push lap. That could drop down to a lower 2:10. Kazma in the MSBK, the Malaysian Championship, he was riding the R1 again. And I asked him, how come you're not riding on the 600? He said, well, I just missed riding the R1, and I wanted to ride it.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So brilliant again by Cosmo Daniel. Here's Anupap. Anupap came for the same weekend in the 600 class, but as I mentioned earlier, he didn't manage to do it on his own bike. Yamaha Thailand ran into some unforeseen circumstances, and they had to borrow the bike from the Yamaha Racing Team Asia, and it was difficult. I mean, it's to get the geometry right within a few sessions is not easy, but Anupap, as always, brilliant as he is, he managed to find those improvements, and I think he definitely picked up a thing or two by having those struggles on that weekend.
Yeah, one of those riders that always gives 110%.
That was nearly a moment between Anupap and Wahyu. Wahyu taking a much wider line, Anupap trying to go on the inside, but
yeah,
ultimately getting in the way.
Yeah, Wahyu checks over his left shoulder. Anupap's just going to stay where he is for now.
It's a nice mix of Yamaha and Hondas in this class for this season. Got Astro Honda with the 3 Hondas, Honda Racing Thailand with the 3 Hondas, Idemitsu with the 3 Hondas, and then we have the Yamahas of Kasma and Kili Kalpaz, Wahyu Nugroho, Rocco Sessler, Shajin Tong as well.
Yeah, Tanak Longpiao was one of the first riders out when the session started. It's half a session ago, 15 minutes ago. But looks like he's only done 2 laps and has been back in the pits. That's Chakrabat Pidisan, also for Honda Racing Thailand, the number 20.
I'm just wondering if at any point in the coming years whether we'll see the 3-cylinder bikes come into this Super Sport 600 class. Of course, there's going to be huge regulation shifts if and when that happens. And the new R9 Triumphs.
Yeah. I did hear from somebody who will remain nameless that they were looking at this series, thinking about the Triumph. Yeah,
it'll be interesting once that becomes available, because we've seen MV Agusta as well go well in this class in a different championship. So it would shake things up, I think, but it would be a helping hand towards Yamaha having that new bike that they have. But it would bring struggle to teams like Honda, who don't have an updated bike for that. I mean, they're the perfect 600cc class contender.
Yeah. Kitsuda's just gone through there. Kitsuda Chanachot, another new rider in for Honda Thailand Racing Team. Seeing the number 20 in Super Sport, I always want to say Azroy. But of course, we'll be seeing him next in the ASBs.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing next season for Helmi Osman. Now Helmi, of course, we know he's a strong 600cc contender, but I had the pleasure to witness him on his debut weekend in the 1000cc class. For the first time ever, he threw his leg over in the CBR 1000 RRR, and he was actually faster than Azroy. And he set in a really good 206.2, if I remember correctly, and Helmi looked right at home. So just like how we saw Azroy contesting at the top, I think if they bring in Helmi as well next season for the 1000 class, Helmi can really light things up. As of right now, it's at least another season that we get to witness Helmi Osman against a list of brilliant riders in this class.
Yeah, taking the championship, it's so difficult to call it. I mean, Kasma, I mean, for my money, Kasma and Helmi look really strong. Anupab also. Adananta, you know, he just keeps getting better. So, you know, who is it? Is it Adananta versus Kasma? Is it Helmi? This is such a competitive class. And then you've got those that are coming up to challenge, like Carl Paz. And how are the rookies going to develop, like Hergen? You know, the really good rookies like Hergen and Ferozi. Sharafuddin also. Yeah, there are a few chapters yet to be written for this class in 2025, that's for sure.
As of right now, Cosma leading the way, 210.5. Never surprised at Cosma's pace there. He's been training really hard, and yeah, race winner in race 2, Anupam as well in second, Helmi Asman in third. It's almost the expected top 3, only missing out Adinanta Putra, who's lapping in the mid 211s. A bit surprising knowing how good Adinanta is, but in the interview in the press conference, he did say that his focus in the sessions is sometimes not to be the fastest, but to be the most consistent. And what he quoted, which is very, very true, he said consistency is what will win the race, not just a fast lap.
Yeah, and by extension, the championship.
Yep, exactly.
Which I'm sure is in Adinanta's list of things to do this year.
Yeah, definitely. Missing out on the championship right at the end as well, Adinanta. Here's Ferozi. He's a properly busy man this season. I think he's racing 4 or 5 different championships this year. But he's throwing his leg over a 600 in this championship. First time out this season with 600s. Getting used to the speed and the weight.
Yeah, last season he chased Hergen, a fellow promotee in this class, all the way for the championship. Missed around with a broken leg, of course, but his attitude was really impressive last season. Just so determined and just didn't give it up right until the final checkered flag.
Yeah, Ferozi is super professional with how he carries himself and how he progresses on a bike. He has his teammate for this season in other championships, Felix Putra, who I'd really love to see once again in the Asia Road Racing Championship. We've seen him before as a wildcard. They're a really good pairing. Ferozi this time round, he's just trying to adapt more to 600s. Speaking to his mechanics last round, they were saying how Ferozi, of course, needs time to adapt. I think he's going about it well. He's currently lapping the 214s. In Sepang, it's always going to be difficult as well with the 600s to get used to how much roll you have here, as well as how hard you can brake with these 600cc bikes. You can brake really late down into turn 15 and turn 1, turn 4 to 9. Using about just a little under 150 meters to brake from nearly 260 right down to 70. It's going to be something to get used to for him.
Sure. Yeah. Currently on, what is he on, 214.7. So, on the learning curve for Ferozi, but we know his character, we know his talent, and another one who's going to be really exciting to watch as the season rolls on. And he's always exciting to watch, this fella, number 63, Sharafuddin Asman, known locally, of course, as Damok.
Yeah, Sharafuddin was pretty good last time in round 1. When we looked at the lap times, but when it came to the race, in the second race especially, he just faded and just couldn't recover the gap. And it was a bit weird because, yeah, he did a brilliant lap in qualifying. Just can't manage to hold the pace. It's a bit of inconsistency, similar to what we've been seeing from Kip as well. So, no idea what's going on between them, but sorry, for either one of them, there's no beef between them, but they're just not managing to stay consistent to the top. And again, it's a shame because we know the quality that they have. They are two brilliant riders out of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at the quality in that garage. The three of them. It's just unbelievable.
All of them having former World Championship experiences. As of right now, Kasma and Anupam both coming out at right about the same time out of pit lane. So expect to see them flashing up on the timing screens. 6 minutes left. It looks like Adenanta will remain in pit lane for the remainder of the session. Herjun as well has gone back in.
Yeah, the break in this session was much later and much shorter than it usually is. It's usually at about the 15-minute mark. It was 10 minutes this time, and it was literally just in for a breather and a tyre change.
It seems like the majority of them are going for just mileage and trying to find the setup, and not trying to make a quick change, which is strange. Everyone following a similar tactic. Kasma and Anupam will be the last few to try and have a little bit of a push. Damok there going with a 2:13.0. That's not a lap time we expect him to be setting. We expect 2:11s, 2:10s from Shafin and Azman. Herjun finding the live on the 600s a bit better this time. He's in 8th, a 2:12.6, so a good step forward for Herjun Atna.
Yep, and again, a rider of such quality that we're just looking forward to seeing his progress through the season. 2024 AP250 champion.
Yeah, Herjun is brilliant. I think, was it 3 seasons in a row he was contesting for the championship against his own teammates, and finally the break came for him in 2024 last season. So Herjun, I think, yeah, he's going to be really happy in the 600s, especially with how tall he's grown throughout the years.
Exactly, yeah. There's Malaysian Airlines.
Wonderful shot there of the Boeing plane used by Malaysian Airlines.
Is it a Boeing, Daniel? I'm impressed.
Yeah, prior to motorsports, I was a bit of a plane nerd.
There we are, you heard it here. Anything with an engine that go fast, and Daniel's your man. There goes Tanat, the number 31, having a bit of a late push by the look of it. Tanat currently with the best time of 2:12. This will be looks like it's going to be a better lap for him.
Yeah, I was going to say I expected a bit more from Tanat. He's brilliant in Sepang. He's done so many laps around here. He's done the Malaysian Championship and of course ARC last season. And his lap times, I remember him dipping into the higher 2:10s, lower 2:11s. This time around he's hovered around 2:12. He's done an adjustment. So let's see, looks like a potential mid to high 2:11 coming in from Tanat. Jackipad as well, he's throwing his leg over the 600 again after a break due to injury. So it'll be good to see how he progresses. He's been on prototype machinery for quite a number of, I think 2 seasons now, so that will definitely help his movement into the 600 class.
Yeah, and the familiar sight there of Kazma Daniel, Kazmayedin.
Yeah, it wasn't a proper push from Kazma on this lap. He was looking behind, just trying to see who was following him, but he does have clear air behind him. Yeah, Tanat's gone with a 2:12.1, so... Sorry, 2:12.4, he hasn't improved. He's stuck at that time, so he was good in Sector 1, Sector 2, but Sector 3 and 4 is lacking a bit.
That's Anupam. He's got Moina Groho behind him. So they're on a final push too.
So right now, with the temperatures, I'm surprised that we're not seeing lower lap times from the rest. I mean, Kasma and Anupam lapping in the mid 2:10s. That's quite expected in practice 1, but I thought we would see more riders dipping below 2:11s and 2:12s. Helmi Asman keeping up with more or less what we expect. But knowing Helmi Asman, 2:10.9, he will not be happy with that. I remember the last time when I saw him lapping consistent 2-minute 10s, he told me not enough. The best are lapping 2:09s. And I thought, okay, that's proper determination, but...
Yeah.
Adenante's another one that surprises me. 211.5. It's just not reflecting his quality.
Yeah, those of you who regularly watch Free Practice Fridays will know just how intriguing they are, and give us pointers to the weekend, what's going to happen in qualifying and the races. Races, of course, Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. Saturday morning is all about qualifying.
Just looking around at Nantes come up for another flying lap. He's not improving throughout any sector. He's slightly slower than his personal best. Kip is just coming out now, which won't be enough time to set any flying lap. Here comes Anupab and Wahyu Nugroho. They will make it in time for another flyer. Wahyu set his personal best. He's in 6th now with a 211.7. So again, very impressive from Wahyu. Had a horrific crash in Buriram last season in round 1. Struggled to find his form back again, and starting in round 1 for 2025, he managed to fight well at the top with a really good podium finish in race 1 and another good result in race 2.
Yes, number 18, Kitsada.
Kitsada not improving in any sector. His teammate Tanat is improving, however, in sector 1, and so is Wahyu Nugroho. Here's Helmi Asman, 3rd fastest currently in this session.
So that's Helmi's last time around. Good enough for 3rd, but from what you're saying, Daniel, not good enough for him.
There's going to be a lot of work being done in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia garage. I think for Helmi, Helmi and Kip will just be slight setup tweaks. But for Shafid and Asman, with a 212.651, it's going to be a struggle. Wahyu Nugroho is on a really fast lap, actually.
Yeah.
So is Rocco Sessler. He's improving a lot.
Yeah, good for him. The German in for Team One for All for this season. And there was 210.5 for Kasper Daniel Kasmayed in for Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Next up, Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, 210.7. And then it was Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. His teammate, Karolidin Pawi, just behind him in 4th. 5th, Adenanta Putra for Astra Honda. 6th, Wahyu Nugroho, had a good late lap. McKinley Carl Paz, 7th for Hongleong Yamaha. And Tanat Longpiao, 212 for him. We know he can do better than that around here. He was 8th. Coming up soon will be 9th for the Astra Honda debutante for the class, Herjanatna Firdaus. Razor Danica Arens, the 2 AP250 former champions there in 9th and 10th. 11th, Shurafuddin Asman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Rocco Sessler for Team One for All was 12th. 13th, Gitsadar Tanachok for Honda Racing Thailand. His teammate Jakrapat Pudisan next up. And then it was Ferozi Torakatula, and Shajin Tong's best time was a 2:15.6. So that's it for the Supersport 600. Stay with us here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, because we'll be back very soon with the first session of the day for the ASP 1000. What a competitive class that is. So don't go anywhere, we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back everyone to Petronas Sepang International Circuit. First rider on your screen there, very much back in contention after a couple of lackluster years. Sakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Sakwan really seemed to get his mojo back in round 1. Battling hard with Nakarin and Turapuvapat, but not quite getting there, but a really good opening to the season. That was Nakarin's home round, and there is the double winner and therefore championship leader from round 1, Nakarin Turapuvapat for Honda Thailand Racing Team. Number 41, he does like Sepang. Last year he described it as his second home circuit. But if there was a home advantage for Nakarin last time out, and if you believe in home advantages, then Sakwan Zaidi has it this time. But so do a lot of other riders, as we'll be seeing, including Hafiz Shirin, including Aslan Shah. And I think, Daniel, we should talk about the additional manufacturers coming into this class. We've got a 40-minute session, so we've got they've got Adam Norridin on it. Yep. Who's a rider I really admire.
Yeah, the Suzuki team have come in as a factory outfit. They're a full season competitor in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, and I think their intention is to take this team into ARC. As we can see, a last-minute entrant as a wild card. Last time I speaking to them, this was never a plan in round 2 to come here into ARC. This is a moment here from Chip Nakarin, front-wheeled. Just barely touching the tarmac.
He's not exactly gently playing himself into this first pre-practice session.
Yeah, first flying lap straight away.
120 minutes of pre-practice today for the Thai. So he looks like he's going to use every single one of them to the max.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, back on Suzuki, yeah, the round 2 was never the intention to come here in wildcard. So from what I've heard, it's a new engine that they're getting this weekend. Where the old engine was pretty much the stock Suzuki Gixxer 1000 engine, which managed a 207 as its fastest lap time, if I recall correctly. So it was impressive, but they could only manage a pace of 208s before falling down into the 209s in a full race distance. So it will be time needed for them. But here's the interesting one, the other new entrant, the Aprilia RSV4 1100. So not the base model that came out initially. This is the slightly more competitive package. A brilliant bike, but it just has its shortcomings.
Yeah, but good to see it there. Good to see Akita Haga coming back into the series as well. I think they're hoping to do a few more rounds this season, if not a full season. Yeah, again, just from personal riding experience, I really love Aprilias.
I love Aprilias and Suzuki's. Personally, I've ridden both of them, and again, it's a similar story to Yamaha, I think, where the handling is fantastic, but of course it's just that top end that they're lacking.
Yeah, and the power delivery of that Aprilia V4 is something special as well.
And the noise it makes with a beautiful V4 engine.
Yeah.
I think they were the first ones to actually really somewhat mimic the sound of a MotoGP bike, and just a gorgeous rhythm that the engine beats at. Yeah, Akito Haga's another one where what I heard in the rumor mill was that he might come in Motegi. So again, a surprise that round 2 is where they've shown up.
Yeah, yeah. Getting themselves prepped for the home round for Akito Haga. So that bodes all the better for their competitiveness in round 3. which will be in early July.
I just love to see, don't you, how this ASB 1000 field has expanded. It was just really between the Hondas and the Yamahas and the BMWs, and then came the Ducati or JDT Racing and Hafiz Sharin. Now comes Adam Norden with Suzuki and Akito Haga with Aprilia. So Akito Haga, of course, he'll be a bit more accustomed to the bike in comparison to Adam. He's raced All Japan with the Tatara team on board the RSV4 1100. Adam, this will be his less than 5 times that he's ridden that Suzuki, and a new engine, so it will be a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah, very much so, and it's Akito Haga's first time at Sepang.
So yeah,
so that's quite a challenge.
So yeah, right out the gate, he's done a 2:12.1, so already a decent time for Akito. I think that Aprilia will be okay around Sepang. I think the biggest struggle will be these 2 long front straights, especially with the top speeds that the CBR and the BMWs will be pulling.
Yeah, and then there's the experience of the Hondas that we've got here as well. And if you look at the top of the timing screens now, we've got Azroy, Andy and Nakarin, all for different teams, but all with lots of experience, lots of data. And I think that's a big problem for those with less. And we haven't mentioned Zakwan yet, because he will climb his way up there. So will Aslan. It's a new team for BMW, but Aslan has been on a BMW since 2019 in ASB 1000. He won the championship that year. There he is on that light blue. Let's give a name to that blue. Is it powder blue?
Johnson & Johnson blue.
Johnson & Johnson blue.
Just trying to think of a unique name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aslan shot a new livery this time.
But we're both thinking baby powder, so...
Yeah. Oh, that's a big moment there out of turn 8. That's not where you want to have the rear tire sliding around. Aslan riding it just how he likes it. Absolutely on the limit.
Yeah, just behind Adam there on the number 77.
And I am happy to say Aslan has been doing fitness again for this season, so he's been putting in a lot of hard work. Not had much time on the bike with A1 Energy, but the riders have been working hard to prepare themselves.
Yeah, this is their first time on the bike since round 1. His teammate Akiwat Montananon was telling me yesterday. So loads of quality, loads of experience. Number 16, Kyoyu Joe, just going through there in the front. Adam has a little dip inside Aslan.
Now Azroy with the fastest lap in the session, 2:06.9. Aslan Shadon comes across with a 2:08. So Azroy starting off really strong for his home race, and he's really adapted well to the 1000 class. I mentioned before where I've seen him ride this bike for 3 seasons now, actually, in the national championship, and he has really gotten used to the riding a 1000cc bike. And there we go again, even faster, 2:06.5. Already starting off with a brilliant lap time by Azroy Hekimanoa.
Brilliant, yeah. 1.6 seconds ahead of everyone else as it stands. And we saw how hard this rider, number 41, Nakarin, was riding on the first couple of laps, and he's still forcing it through the final turn. He comes across again. But best time so far for the tie double race winner in round 1 is 2:08.9. So yeah, all eyes on Azroy at this very early stage. But we know how good he is at Sepang, well, everywhere really.
You have to start to wonder whether Azroy, despite not being on the podium last round, whether or not he might be championship contender. You wouldn't be surprised. with how Azra is riding.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
So looking across the list, we of course have another rider coming into this championship. It's Joe Francis. Joe was the British Moto3 champion in 2013. As well as having raced in the British Superbikes for well over a decade, and he's raced in Asia Road Racing Championship for the 2018 season with WeBike. And that's Cameron Duncan, the newcomer to this championship this season, 17 years old, young Australian talent, really one of the finest prospects out of Australia in recent years. He was the Australian Superbike 300 champion in his rookie season, champion of the 600 class in his rookie season, and a proper podium contender in his rookie season in the thousands as a 16-year-old.
Yeah, he is, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, he's there with the established ASPK stars.
Yeah.
Top 5 regular in ASPK. And they've got some great riders at the top there. So, yeah, Cameron Duncan, what a talent coming out of Australia. So we're very happy to have him here. The team owner there is Patrick Lee, who is a rider that's been around this series for a while. So great to see Patrick back, and great to see him putting such a talented young rider on his machine. So big shout out to MotoGo Yamaha. Cameron, I don't know his background here, whether this could be. We're just thinking Asia Talent Cup, has he ever done it? No. This could well be his first outing here.
Yeah, as far as I've known, he's only raced in Australia prior to this, besides the R3 Cup.
He's only 17, he hasn't had much time.
Yeah. But just with his record so far, he seems really brilliant. I mean, it's unbelievable. We've seen how good he was in Brerum as well, his first time there.
Yeah.
This is Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team. Really tall rider. He's only 28 years old, but he's going to look really lanky over that R1. The R1, many people might think is still a big bike, but it's actually quite small for anyone above 175 cm. Tucking in behind the R1's not going to be easy.
Yeah. Anyway, good to see a Brit in the series here again.
He's not doing too bad. He's lapping in the 215s. He's going to go faster this lap as well. I think it's the 214 coming in for him. Looking at the rest, Akito has found himself a 211.5. Fami Abdulwahab, another wildcard from the Malaysian Superbike Championship. He's done a 213.1. That's the fastest I've seen him lap around Sepang. Oh, Joe Francis going off at turn 15, and that was a good lap coming in for him as well. So that's an absolute shame, but he'll have to muscle that bike out of the gravel trap and
ease off the throttle a little bit. Yeah, you can see he's quite tall there, can't you? Show you Joe. Saboteur Team Asia. Nicely turned out bike. We haven't seen his teammate Lachlan Epis on screen yet. He has done a couple of laps, but we still have 25 minutes remaining in this session. As always, 40 minutes for the Superbikes.
Fisher, another one who came up momentarily, went back in, so we'll be waiting for a flying lap from Hafesharin. Last season he was the pole man for the race, managed a 205.2 with qualifying tyres.
And won P5, P3 from memory.
Yeah, I remember there was a double victory for Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, it was. P5 in race 1, P3 race 2 for Hafiz.
Lachlan Epis, he's just setting his lap time for the session. Looks like about a 2:09, 2:08 coming in from him. There he is there. Lachlan Epis in front of Apiwat. Apiwat so far has done a 2:11, and behind Lachlan I think Apiwat will dip into the 2-minute 10s. So plenty of time.
Yeah, Apiwat, of course, Supersport 600 champion 2024. Previously, he was a front runner in Superbikes from 2019. On and off in Superbikes and always competitive. And I remember I used to say back then that in qualifying, he would always put himself on the front row, by hook or by crook. He's a really fierce competitor. That you can see the ferocity in his riding when he's really on it, and as his competitors often find out to their cost. But yeah, really at the peak of his form now, I think, Apiwat.
Yeah, he's just brilliant. And he's just done a 209.9. Again, it's his first time on the BMW this season. Round 1 was literally the first time he threw his legs over the bike. This will be the second weekend he's done it. So it's going to be a bit of a learning curve again, but having Aslan by his side will help him quite a lot. Now he's got Lachlan to follow behind.
Yeah, Apiwat being realistic about his chances, because he came out really fast in free practice in Buriram, and we were like, wow, how did he learn that so fast? But it was just a little bit too much, too early. So I think he's just recalibrated himself and his expectations this weekend.
Yeah, you can see he's just getting used to it, where you can see Lachlan doesn't have such an aggressive exit, but he does carry way more speed through, where Apiwat's going super aggressive on the exits, but just loses about midway through the turn. So Apiwat's still getting to grips with that M1000 RR. Cameron Dunker just a few bike lengths in front of them. Cameron's managed to set just a 216 for now, but you know, he's still getting used to that bike around Sepang.
Yeah, seems like good chemistry in that A1 Energy pit as well, between Aslan and Apiwat, the Malaysian, and the Thai.
Apiwat just got a nice pocket of air behind Lachlan and goes in front. That lap, Lachlan set his personal best at 2 minute 10.8. Apiwat, still his best lap was before that, 209.9.
Yeah, Apiwat just drifted wide as they went towards turn 2. And I noticed that most of these bikes, let's have a look at Apiwat as he tips in, are running, well, he's not running soft rears, but a lot of them are.
Yeah, I would expect that the compound of choice would be the mediums or the hard front medium rears. But as you mentioned, we did see quite a number of riders using the soft rear tires this time around. I think the temperatures are much cooler than what we expect for Sepang around this time, so it's a good opportunity. Dunlop have brought in a new front compound in Buriram, where Zakwan used that for most of his sessions. That was Hafiz Sharin coming out with the soft rears with that purple color on the side of it. Here's Kito Abe, who was super impressive in the races in round 1, getting well used to the SDG CBR 1000 Triple R, sorry. And yeah, Kito, he has really become a different beast in the SDG. It's amazing to witness.
Yeah, we were saying in Buriram, weren't we, that it seems to be an SDG style, because the way that he hangs off, but in that really compact way, is very reminiscent of Yuki Kuni, and before him there was a great and much missed Haruki Noguchi. But yeah, it was there that we first saw this, and it was just like that positioning you saw.
It's a Shinya Nakano style of riding, nearly in the way they're leaning over.
Yeah, and there was, of course, that tribute from Haruki to Shinya Nakano with the big eyes on the helmet. And now, big shoes to fill for Kito Abe, but he's really going about it in a good way. He worked really hard in Buriram. So, yeah, once again, SDG doing the business.
Yeah, brilliant team to be with for Kito Abe. I mean, he wasn't a regular rider for the past 3 seasons. He was for a bit with TK Kira, and then after that he was just doing All Japan, where he won the Stock 600. And now he's with SDG, and SDG runs like clockwork. They're just a very well-oiled machine. And yeah, it's like you mentioned, he's transformed into this really good-looking rider, and the way he conducts himself as well, his English has improved a lot as well. They've really prepared him for this season and for a future ahead internationally.
Absolutely, yeah. P5 and a P3 in round 1. That's really, really impressive.
Yeah, I remember telling him in the pit walk, I told him, I think you can make it to the podium. And he was still saying hopefully, and sure enough, in race 2 he delivered it.
Well done, Daniel. Mr. Motivator.
And that's Nakarin.
Yeah, he's got lots of his own motivation, I think, Nakarin.
Yeah.
With that, starting the season with a double win, that has just made him think realistically about the championship. Number 23 there is Andy Fred is De Hart. There's a contender all the time. 3rd season now in ASB 1000. Just missed out to Yuki Kuni in 2024. But didn't put it all together in round 1, which really surprised me.
Hafiz Shahin, so sorry to take it away from this rider on the screen here, but Hafiz Shahin's come up for the session just now again for his 3rd time. He's gone back in. So it looks like something's really not going right, and it's been a similar pattern again with the pairing there. It's a bit unfortunate because we know how good Hafiz is around Sepang. Really looking forward to see what his lap times are looking like this weekend.
Nakarin a little bit off, 208.5. Asroy's early 206.5 still stands at the top. Aslan, we haven't seen too much in this session of the BMWs, the A1 Energy BMWs.
Aslan did a total of about 5 laps. He has just come out now, so he'll be starting his flying lap anytime soon. Surprising, only 4 laps done by Azroy. So Aslan is on his flying lap, somewhere behind Nakarin here. Adam Noordin's just done about 4 laps as well, getting that new engine to have a bit of a run-in session and then tweaks here and there, and we should see a decent time. 208.8 for Adam Noordin on his fastest lap, so a decent start.
Yeah, I mean, to a bike that is kind of stock-ish.
I think it's that new engine because, yeah, with that completely stock engine, they managed 207 amazingly without qualifying tires, just pure race tires. So I think with this new engine, it's apparently a bunch of updates here and there. I think we might be able to see 206 even, if the bike's up to par, because we know Adam definitely is up to par for that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, it's a good lap coming in from Nakarin.
Yeah, this is a good lap for Nakarin. Seems like he's hunting for the right, just stringing everything together in the right way to get a really good lap time. And here he comes. What was his last sector like?
208.1.
Okay.
Good one in there from Nakarin, but he's losing out half a second in sector 4 compared to Azroy by the looks of it, so it's going to be a sector where they will need to work the most on.
Aslan coming through. He's on a decent lap by the look of it, depending on what his last sector was like.
Yeah, it is decent, 208.0. Aslan will be looking for that 206.
Oh, yeah.
As always, there we go.
Yeah.
Aslan just going on the limits, and I think this will be the pattern we'll see for this round for Aslan. he knows Sepang better than most, and
Yeah.
he knows what the bike needs, but will the bike give it to him? It's a brand new team, brand new bike, so plenty of work.
Yeah, he looked like he was really testing the braking limit.
Yep.
As he was coming up from turn 1, which is such a difficult turn here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a number of different brake pads, and he might just be testing the different feelings out.
Yeah.
No, Aslan, he's one rider who loves to be really a demon on the brakes.
Yeah. There's the boss of SDG, Mr. Suzuki.
Just comparing to last season's lap times where TKKR did get a new bike in the end, but of course it was a bit of a struggle. He didn't have really the finances for that season to take it to where we expect them to be, which is the top. Aslan managed 206.9, but we know Aslan can do a lower 206. Here's Joe Francis, the rider from the British Superbike Championship. You can see he makes the R1 look absolutely tiny. Adam Norden as well, he's come back out, so with 12 minutes left, it should be a good one. Nakarin just improved to 207.9, so finally into the 207s for Chip Nakarin. But it just really shows how good Azroy's lap was for this current session and the conditions, 206.5, and he's come out again.
Yeah, yeah.
A star in the making, perhaps.
Yeah, indeed. 4 laps, and he's already had almost 30 minutes, so time to come back and do a bit more work.
I'd say Joe Francis for his comeback to this championship after 7 years. From the Yamaha R1 from Victor Racing. He's doing a decent job for a 215.2, but knowing his quality, I'm sure he can take it down to at least a 2:12.
Yeah, Victor Racing, they do bring us some interesting riders.
I think with Joe, haven't really followed his career too much. I mean, I've seen his previous results, but I would imagine that his biggest struggle with bikes is his height. That will be a factor. He looks he was a championship winner for the Moto3 British Championship in 2013. I guess when the growth spurts hit.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been before he became 6 foot, whatever he is now.
Yeah. So remember, our cameraman was telling me that he barely fit in the frame behind the wall. He's just improved that, so 214.4. So he's finding his footing around Sepang quite well, quite decently. Cameron Dunker is now coming out for a second run, and on his outlap, he said his fastest second and third sector. So
yeah.
He means business on this one.
Oh, he definitely does, and yeah, I'm sure this is his first time here. And back with the Suzuki of Adam Norridin there, 208.8. Very respectable opening effort from the Malaysian. Last time we saw a Norridin in this class, I think it was Ibrahim for the same team, as I remember, running a Ducati. Am I right, or did that just come from a dream?
Yeah, Ibrahim Nordin was on
FGRT.
FGRT, that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ibrahim on a stock V4 managed the 207. It was brilliant from Ibrahim. I am looking forward to seeing the potential of Ibrahim coming back into racing again. I know he definitely wants to. So hopefully we see him.
Yeah, and a
back
really
in.
exciting rider with a fantastic attitude.
Adam, they're going faster in sector 1, sector 2. Azroy is going even faster there as well. Zakwan Zaidi just set the fastest second sector. Zakwan just 2/10 slower than Azroy in sector 1, but both the the Honda Malaysia riders starting to improve. Here comes Adam Nordin. There should be a lower 208, maybe a mid to low 208 for Adam. Adams just come across with a 209.0. Azroy's on a fast sector 3. Akito Haga we just saw on screen there, but going fast now is Azroy and the likes of Zakwan Zaidi. Here's Azroy and Zakwan. They're riding tandem there down into turn 15.
Yeah, Azroy so far 206.5. It's the fastest time of the day so far. We've got 8 minutes left in this session.
Oh, 206.1 from Azroy.
Yeah, and Zakwan 206.7. So that's more like it from Zakwan for sure. And my goodness, Azroy's picking his punches, isn't he? Hasn't had much time on track.
Yeah. 206.1 on race tyres.
He's basically destroyed the field each time he's come out of pit lane.
Yeah. That's, I mean, looking, let's say qualifying, with qualifying tyres, 206.1, what he's just done would have been enough for fourth. This is on the normal race compound tyres, so brilliant from Azroy. He's going even faster. Sector 1 Azroy has just set another fastest first sector. Nakarin's improving as well. Hafiz has just come out as well out of pit lane for the final portion of this practice one. Yet to set a fast lap time. Cameron Dunker, he's improved down to 215.6, improving again as well. Adam Norton on this lap, he's not gone faster in sector 1 and sector 2. He's actually, he's made a mistake in sector 1 by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's a nice looking bike, that GSXR 1000.
Beautiful machine. Really happy seeing the push from Suzuki Japan as well to invest more into racing.
Absolutely. Fast sector 2, fastest sector 2 for Zakwan on this lap as well. So those two Malaysians really pushing it.
Something about the matte black helmet that Adam Norton's wearing as well with that red accent, it just looks a bit menacing.
Yeah.
Azroy's got even faster in sector 1 and sector 3 now, so Azroy, he will be
38.
This is potentially a 205 coming in from Azroy. He's just gone past Cameron Dunker. Zakwan's going to have Cameron Dunker a bit in the way now.
Yeah, that would have spoiled his momentum for this lap. Zakwan.
Oh, let's see Azroy.
Azroy's ahead.
He does it, 205.9. 205.9 from Azroy Kemanawar. Unbelievable. I think the last time we saw a 205 in practice on race tires was the great Marcus Reiterberger, if I remember correctly.
That sounds correct without looking at the data, but yeah, 205.9 for Azroy. And unfortunate for Zakwan because he was really flying on that lap too until he just got held up by Cameron. So it's Azroy, Zakwan, Nakarin occupying the first 3 slots. Then it's Aslan, Andy Farid Izdihar is 5th, and Noradin 6th. Kito Abe down in 7th, Apiwat down in 8th.
Keep my eyes peeled a bit for Cameron Duncan there, who would have benefited from being behind Zakwan, but I think Zakwan as well. No, Zakwan's still going to push that, so Cameron will be, they've gone through sector 2 around similar time, so this will be a good one for Cameron. Hafiz is finally putting in a fast lap. Andy Farid's on a good one.
We've got 4 minutes to the checkered flag as we look here at Kito Abe for STG Hark Pro. We know there's more to come from that Honda, currently on the 209. Kito Haga's best 211.4 on the Aprilia. It's actually not bad for a first outing.
It's going faster now in sector 1, so realistically Akito in the next couple of practice sessions they need to find their way down at least into the lower 210s, if possible even the 209s. I think from there they can find the big step for practice 3 and qualifying tomorrow. Hafiz has just come across with his first flying lap at 209.9, so decent one straight away into the sub 210s, but
he's got another couple of laps he can get in. It's quite a shortened session for the Malaysian. And this will be Kito Abe's session done too. So he comes in to pit lane.
Kito's gone faster through sector 1 and sector 2, and so has Lachlan Hafiz now for another lap. He goes quick through sector 1. Cameron Duncan's going to be right in front of him. Cameron on the last lap, again another 214.9, so he's just taking a bit off on each lap that he's done. Now he's going to get a good reference in front of him. Hafiz Sharin.
Definitely.
He did this as well in Buriram, where he just tailed behind Hafiz in certain sessions, so this will be a good one for him.
And he's still running soft rear, I noticed. Ooh, all sorts of shapes. As the bike pivoted around the front wheel there for a moment. But been following a rider on Sepang must be fairly difficult because of the width of the track. If you're following somebody really quick like Hafiz.
There's a replay of that
first time round, yeah. Yeah, that was a nice one. So he hasn't been on track that much, but that will earn him.
Start points.
Yeah, a video clip.
Yeah, see, being behind Hafiz, Cameron's already gone up in sector 2 and sector 3, so it's a learning weekend for Cameron in Sepang. He's quite familiar with the team and the bike. I think for him, it's just you know, the quality's there. It's just a matter of putting it all together in a package for the ASB 1000s. And there we go.
Yeah, if you look at the regular stars there, who's getting amongst them is Adam Norridin on that Suzuki. That's really good work. Really good work from the AMI Suzuki rider this weekend. A bit more to come from this rider, I suspect. Hafiz.
Adam's going faster in every sector so far, so suspect a lower 208 coming in from Adam, which is the right step forward. After that, just breaking into the 207s, and then it's just shedding a 10th off here and there for them.
Yeah, he's still on the move, and Hafiz? Don't know. This is his last time round. He looks determined, but the first sector was only okay.
Lachlan, he's clocked in at 210.1 on the last lap. Adam, again, fast through sector 3, so definitely a lower 208 coming in from Adam Nordin. He will be one of the first riders to take the checker flag for the session. Cameron Dunker going faster in sector 2.
Yeah, he's really pushing that Panigale. Still got some work to do on that bike by the look of it. But at least they've got some pointers from the laps that he has managed to get in.
And has done a 207, so he's already breaking that threshold.
That's really good work.
That new engine working a treat, and
yeah,
I know that they will want to develop this engine further, and for a first time showing into the Asia Road Racing Championship, this is a fantastic start from them.
Yeah, well, if you're looking for factory support for that project, then he's earning it.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Hafishari now. Sector 2 was better for him, Sector 3 as well, and he does go better all around, 208.9. But it is a far cry away from what he's capable of doing. He did manage a 205.2 last time.
And a far cry from Azroy at the top of the timing screens. My goodness.
He's 0.7 ahead of second place. Unbelievable.
And second place is an on-form Zakwan.
Yeah.
Right, so as we look at the coconuts hanging beautifully in those trees, Azroy Hakim Anwar, he came out twice. Every time he destroyed the rest of the field. 205.9 for him. Next up, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, Zakwan Zaidi, and then it was Nakarin the Turek Pupat. Held nothing back in that session, 207.1. Also in the 207s, Aslan Shah for A1 Energy BMW, and Andy Farid Istihar. And then rider of the session, for me, Adam Noradin for AMI Suzuki Motorsport. And then with that late effort, Hafiz Shirin for JDT Racing Team was 7th. 8th, Kito Abi for SDG Heart Pro. 9th, Happy Wang Tananon. His best time this time around was 209.9. Lachlan F is 210 for him. Akito Haga for Team Tatara Aprilia was 11th, his first time at Sepang. And Fahmi Abdul Wahab for FGRT Project 1 was 12th. Brett Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team was 13th for the 213. Joe Yu Joe was 14th, and Cam Dunker for Motogo Yamaha Racing Team was 15th fastest. So those are your times for the first free practice session. We're going to see those superbikes 2 more times before the day is done. And coming up next will be the TVS Asia One Make Championship for their first of 2 sessions today. That's coming up at 11:20 local time, so in 7 minutes from now. So take a break as we look out across Sepang. The weather looking really still quite clement here, although we know how fast that can change. But we're here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon.
Hi guys, Assalamualaikum. Saya Fisharin.
My name is Abdul Kanon.
Saya Muhammad Izam Iqmal. Saya Zakwan Zaidi. Saya Gasmari Maidin.
Hello, I'm Keto Abe.
Halo teman-teman yang berada di Malaysia, datang ke Lita Sepang.
Jangan lupa datang ke Sepang 30 hingga 1 Juni.
Come to with us in this weekend in Malaysia Rao.
So jangan lupa datang ramai-ramai pada minggu ni. Ayo support dan dukung pembalap-pembalap dari berbagai negara.
Korang jangan lupa support yang rider-rider Malaysia.
Dan jangan lupa juga support semua Malaysia Rider.
Banyak lagi aktiviti kat sini seperti ada pit walk pada hari Ahad.
Kita pun ada banyak orang kata tapak promosi iaitu booth.
Hari Ahad ada pit walk.
Have activity and free entry.
Dan juga jangan lupa beli happy bag, dapat menang motor.
Lebih ramai, lebih menarik. So kami mengharapkan korang datang dan support kita orang.
Jangan lupa saksikan race round 2 pada minggu ni.
See you in Sepang International Circuit.
We're at Sepang International Circuit for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's free practice Friday here in Malaysia. And on track now is the 5th session of the day, and that is for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. The championship looking a little bit more open, shall we say, as the dominance of Hiroki Ono was shaken a little bit in the first round. And indeed, although he clinched the championship the last time we were here at Sepang in 2024, he actually didn't win. He didn't win a race here. So this may be not such a lucky circuit for him, and a bit of unluck there early in the session for Ati Kanger, the number 5. Mechanical issue for the Thai rider. Competitive rider as well, Ati Kanger.
Yeah, he is. He's been looking good this season as well. Started off well in Thailand. Double P4 for him.
Yeah, at the front there. Going into final turn was young Australian, 14-year-old Australian, Hunter Corney, who was really quick. He won 150 championship for the Yamaha Blue Crew 150 series, Oceania series. He took a P2 and a P1 as a wild card in Australia for the R3 Blue Crew championship at the end of last year. And in Buriram in round 1, it's the first time we've seen him on a TVS 310RR Apache. He featured really strongly and indeed recorded the fastest race lap of the weekend. So Hunter Corney, another really exciting young talent coming out of Australia. We were talking about 17-year-old Cam Dunker in the previous ASP 1000 session. I can tell you that Hunter Corney is much fancied. And alongside him, as his mentor this weekend, is none other than Gary McCoy, who I don't very often get starstruck, but I met him in Buriram and did get that starstruck feeling. Yeah, so great to have Gary McCoy joining the ARC family. Also good to see a Spanish rider in here, Luis Miguel. Got himself onto the podium in race 1 in Buriram, first time out. Of course, there was a win for Sartak Shaban, who looks very, very buoyant and optimistic about his chances for the championship this year. So let's hope that continues, because not many riders fancy themselves against Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono a win and a third last time out. Sartak fifth and a first, I'm sorry. So number 1 to 2 in the championship, just ahead of Ramdan Rosli. And who's this? Looking a little bit disconsolate and off his bike. I'm not sure who that was. Anyway, so here we've got on screen Leandro Paredes, number 13. Hazik Farouz, number 12, alongside of him, and panning out there also number 17 of Nixon Frost, who we haven't seen before, but he is a rider who's come in from New Zealand. And I saw him being interviewed by Nasha Adzira yesterday, and he seemed very buoyant and happy to be here. So I'm sure he'll be making his presence felt as well.
Yeah, Nixon Frost is a 14-year-old rider from New Zealand who started life as a go-kart racer, actually, and made the transition to two-wheeled motorsports. Son of Sloan Frost. He's racing in the ASBK Championship. So the pair of them in the ASBK Championship. Hunter Corney will be familiar with Nixon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they all race together, like in the Oceana Yamaha 15 series.
Yeah, his father is actually the former New Zealand Superbike Championship champion as well. So you'll have a good father figure to really show him the ropes around winning a two-wheel championship.
Yeah, I mean, every so often New Zealand throws up a really good rider. The obvious one being Simon Crayford, but there have been many more, like Cameron Donald, great road racer, who spent quite a lot of time here at Sepang a few years back. He did, doing MSBK.
It's one of my idols, coming up through the ranks in MSBK back in the day.
Right. And there's a rider that didn't have the best run of luck in round 1, but hopefully he's going to go well this weekend. Hazik Farouz, who we've previously seen in ARRC, of course, on Underbones as a top competitor, so it's good to see him on TVS. Kanatak Jaiman, another rider who didn't have the best of luck in round 1, but a really good Thai rider who we've previously seen on the podium in APT 50 going back a few years. And one of the, and down there, looking a bit winded. I didn't see who that was. We'll take another look in a minute. Okay, so you got Kewa Ahmed. Can't see the number on that bike. But yeah, still Hazik at the top, although Vorapong Malahuan, I'm not sure if whether Vorapong is going to race this weekend.
Yeah, from what I understand from Vorapong, he does these sessions just to figure out the problems that some other riders might be having with the bike, try to help understand the issues that they may be having a bit better, which is a pretty impressive approach to what he's doing for TVS.
Yeah, project leader, former champion, test rider.
That's Vorapong.
Oh, is that Vorapong? Oh, so he didn't need that, but that's quite a big knock. It looks like he's taken. Hopefully he can walk that off. Got to be one of the busiest men in Asian motorsport, Vorapong.
Definitely.
His own rider academy. He's a really impressive rider coach.
Another impressive rider this season has been Kim Min-jae in round 1. He's, I think, easily the most improved in this field. He's been putting in so much hard work over the past couple of seasons, and he's finally bringing it all together. I think we can expect a good round from Kim Min-jae as well this year. Sorry, from this round here in Sepang. Spent a lot of time racing here in 2024.
Yeah, that's great news, especially as he's from, you know, a country that you don't often see in the motorcycle racing rankings. So that makes it really exciting as well. And that's one of the things this series is supposed to do: bring riders in from countries that are not so recognised in the sport. And we've seen a lot, you know, over the years in ARRC. Earlier we were talking about riders from Vietnam. Well, they first came into this series in the one-make championships, like the Honda Asia Dream Cup, Suzuki Asia Challenge. These are great series for bringing in new talent and talent from new countries.
Yeah, and you can see what I think could be an effect of how well Kim Min-jae has been doing is now that the Korean Superbike Championship is starting to really become quite good looking, and yeah, you're having a rider like Kim Min-jae leading the charge as a rider from the nation. It's really a good start for them. So Kim Min-jae so far in this session hasn't shown much, but he's only done about a couple of laps and he's gone back to pit lane, so expect him to set in a decent lap time in the next practice session.
Yeah, the rider just going through on your screen then, Sartak Chavan is quickest by exactly a second from the rest of the field, and very much got his tail up at the moment, hasn't he? So let's see if he can put another really good race together. He's, you know, reducing. We always saw his speed. Sometimes we saw a few errors, but that's coming out as he just gets more and more mature and, you know, benefits from riding at this level.
Yeah, Sartak's brilliant. We've always said we were waiting for a rider to be the top contender from India once again, and Sartak is looking very much like that rider.
He does. It's not only his speed, but the way he presents himself as well.
Exactly.
He's full of enthusiasm. He's really articulate.
He's just letting Ramdan Rossi come through there. Ramdan Rossi, another super consistent rider in this category.
Yeah, chased Hiroki Ono all the way through the championship last year. Really kept Hiroki Ono honest, never gave up, did everything he could to stay competitive, and there he is, right in the cube. Hiroki Ono carrying that very well-deserved #1 plate.
Yeah, last year in the final, in the second last round, was really dramatic. Hiroki crashing into two, Ramdan looking like he was going to keep the championship battle alive right until the end, where his bike had a technical difficulty, and Hiroki, he had no clue about it. Finished the race, I think it was in P5 or P6, and, you know, maybe even a bit further back.
Yeah.
Just trying to get the points. Yeah, sorry, it was way further back. He was just trying to get the last few points, and ultimately became the champion.
Yeah, it was ironic that he clinched it in that race. You could see how mixed he felt about it. He wanted to celebrate it from the podium, of course. So Hunter Corney talking about rising stars. 2:28.4 is his best time, so a long way off the pace. But again, you'd have to assume that at 14 years old, this is his first trip to Sepang.
Hunter Corney hasn't done any championship like the Asia Talent Cup, which would have an appearance in Sepang. And for the likes of Nixon Keith as well. I think Nixon Frost, he's only done the Asia Pacific and ASBK as well as New Zealand Superbike. So this is probably his second time doing an international championship. Besides the Asia Pacific Championship, of course. So it'll be a bit of a learning curve for him. Luis Miguel, he will be fresh to Sepang as well, I believe. Spanish rider from the Spanish Championship.
Yeah, that's safe to say. 2 Indian riders at the top now, Sartak and Chiran. Chiran also put himself on the podium in round 1.
Yeah, it's your race 2 first and second finishers. It's absolute joy for Sartak on the in-park Fermi, but mixed emotions for Chiran. Rashad Rushdi going around well here. He's got quite a bit of experience in Sepang.
It's a very decent gap that Sartak's got on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's impressive. The fastest lap time for the session so far. The fastest we've seen around here are 221s. Those were set by Rich Takahira and Ramdan Rosli. Sartak himself in qualifying 2024 managed a 221.5. Of course, conditions itself can make the lap times vary quite a bit. And it could be as well as the setup for the bike. Maybe they're just trying to give the engine a bit more longevity, which could mean throttling down a little bit of power.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono starting to make a bit of a late effort. 4 minutes till the checkered flag comes out. Currently sitting 13th, but you'd have to suspect that he'll be somewhat higher than that by the time we get to the end of the session.
Rookie last year didn't manage a good qualifying time. He had a struggle all throughout the weekend. This season has also been a bit of a struggle for Hiroki, despite him being the championship leader.
Yeah.
It's not the normal race weekend that we've seen from Hiroki.
Yeah, that's the measure of his quality, isn't it?
Yeah.
To have a, an indifferent weekend and still come away leading the championship in the first round. He's just lifted himself up to 5th with a 224.9.
Hiroki, he's one of those riders who you can pretty much call an expert in lightweight bike riding. In his home country in Japan, he has been the champion of the JGP3 championship, I think, for, gosh, how many seasons now? It's many consecutive seasons for him.
Yeah, heartbreaking for the rest of the field.
Yeah.
as we've seen to an extent in TVS too.
Ramdan there going for a bit of a cruise. It looked like he struggled through the gears in turn 15, and I was expecting him to exit the track, but he's continued on with this. Behind him is, I believe that's Atikang here, but Ramdan definitely with bike issues there.
There's our Seoul Korean representative, Kim Min-jae.
It's no longer the plain helmet for Kim Min-jae. It's got a nice little livery there.
Attracting some attention, some financial attention.
Even the way he's riding, he just looks better. It looks way better now.
Yeah.
Looks confident, and I think give him another run and he's due a podium. I mean, from what we've seen in Buriram last round, he looked really like the potential for a podium fight. He was with the group, didn't lose touch of them.
Yeah, this is another decent lap for the South Korean.
Yeah, he proves actually 227.4. So he's gone into the 27s. Trailing a bit behind the ones in front of him.
Hunter Corney making a bit of a move now. He's improving, as you'd expect from a young rider of his already proven quality.
Yeah, I think the struggle for riders like Hunter Corney, when you come to Sepang for the first time, you have to get everything done correctly, because if you mess up one turn, you can really mess up the drive going into the next few turns. For example, through turn 9, if you have an error in turn 9, turn 10 to 11 just becomes much slower. Speaking of someone who's not going much slower anymore, is Hiroki Ono. 23.8 for him. He goes up into second.
Yeah, it's the inevitable. Not sure where he is on track now, but will be on his final lap now.
Here's the 14-year-old Nixon Frost, rider from New Zealand. His first time across quite a bit of ocean, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's about a 9-hour flight.
9 hours.
Sydney.
Yeah.
I don't know where he actually flew from, but yeah.
Yeah, we think it's Christchurch.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah.
Somewhere in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an exciting one.
Yeah, it's going to be a 9 or 10-hour flight.
Easily, yeah. So Nixon Frost, he's raced in ASBK, the Asia Pacific Championship, and New Zealand Superbike. Started his life on 4 wheels, now he's here with the TVS Asia One Make for a wild card. I'd actually love to see him stay for a full season if that was possible, because we want to see more nationalities joining, and yeah, we don't have anyone else from New Zealand this season.
That's right, yeah. And he's a lively personality too. I saw Nasha interview him yesterday, and he was really articulate, confident. Thought, well, there's a guy who knows where he's going.
Yeah.
Because of his haircut, I thought he was Australian.
Yeah, same here, yeah. As of right now, no one else really making any impression. Kim Min-jae did set his fastest at 226.4, so good steps forward for the South Korean. Randy, he's trying to get used to Sepang. Randy's really a talented rider from Indonesia, from the Papua region.
And the checkered flag is out now, as we get that nice soft focus shot of the very distinctive TVS logo. And it was Sartak Chavan. He set that time a while ago, and it stuck. 223.266 for the Indian. Hiroki Ono came through late, as he often does, with a 223.8. He was second. Chirant Vishwanath on the podium last time out in round 1, 224.1. Ramdan Rosli, the indomitable Ramdan Rosli, was fourth quickest. Fifth, Haziq Farouz. Great to see him in the top 5. Orapong, who took a bit of a knock in that session, was 6th. 7th, Arshad Rishdi, the Singaporean, and Kim Min-jae, looking good on that TVS Apache, was 8th quickest. Kanaset Jaiman, the Thai rider, was 9th. 10th, Kawai Ahmed. 11th, Hunter Corney, who improved throughout that session. Ati Kangare, the Thai rider, who crashed early on, 227. Rendi was 13th. 14th, Leandro Paredes, the Filipino rider, and Nixon Frost was 15th quickest. So those are your results for this first of 2 sessions. There was no time recorded, unfortunately, for Luis Miguel, the Spanish rider. So that does it for the first TVS Asia One Make Championship. When we come back, it will be the second session of the day for the AP250s. So stay with us for that. It was a really interesting session first time, and no doubt it will be again for FP2. That's coming up at local time, 11:50. So stay with us. We're at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Petronas Sepang International Circuit. We are getting late in the morning here, coming up towards midday here in Malaysia, and this is the second time on track for the AP250 class. It's a session that saw some pretty quick lap times earlier this morning, quickest of which was Rishi Takahira for TY Antares racing team, the Japanese rider, on for the Chinese team. That was 224.2 for the young Japanese rider. And in terms of who we would expect to be looking particularly strong, let's look at the Astra Hondas, and they're a little bit further down the pecking order in that first session. Fidela Arvi, double winner in round 1, was 7th with a 225.1. There's a really good showing also for the two Maestro NWN-SCK Honda machines of the two Irfans, Irfan Ardiansyah and Irfan Haikal. For Yamaha Thailand racing team, Kritapat Kankun, their rising star, also looked really good in that session. He was second quickest. So take a look out for the number 39, Kritapat Kankun. The weather here really quite stable, uncharacteristically stable at Sepang. The sky looks almost exactly as it hasn't moved.
Yeah,
Since we started here at 8:30.
as someone who's a regular here, I find it quite bizarre. We have no sudden changes where it becomes really, really hot, and it's just maintained quite cloudy. Just a nice cool day in Sepang.
Yeah, maybe we should stop talking about it.
I agree with that.
The head of this group there is the impressive and established front runner now, Chao Vietnam, the Vietnamese rider for Honda Racing Vietnam. Put himself on the podium last time we were here at Sepang last September, and who's to say he won't do it again. Podium last time at Buriram as well, so he's well and truly established himself among the top riders in the AP250 class.
Okay. Chao Vietnam has been the leading Vietnamese rider. Thunam Phu trying to follow his footsteps as well. He's been improving quite well, consistently getting closer into point scoring every race.
Yeah, that's right. Thunam Phu scored in both races in Buriram. So another Vietnamese rider coming through. So last time out, last time on track this morning for Chao Vietnam was let's see, 225.9. So you'd expect that to come down significantly. Number 157 being shown on your screen then. The Yamaha of Murabal Bitoni. There he is, right in the centre of your screen now. Debutant in this category, coming in after having been established himself well and truly as a top underbone rider in 2024, and he's immediately made an impression in this category.
Yeah, super impressive. He's third in the championship, 26 points over the course of round 1, a double P4 for Murabil. And it's a huge start for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. I mean, it's a first jump into the quarter liter class, and straight away with a good result with a brilliant rider, Murabil Bitoni.
Yeah, he's got just in front of him there on track is Aiki Iyoshi, who took 2 second places last time out on that Kawasaki Motor Sniper manual tech machine. RX25. Okay, yeah.
Aiki there was elbows out with Murubil. Aiki really trying to find every way possible to get that beautiful inline for Kawasaki to a pace that we know it can be.
That elbow craft definitely honed in the underbone class.
You can see where the gap builds up for Aiki on that, and then for Kawasaki it's the torque coming out of the turns. It just struggles down the front straight and the back straight. That's where the strength is. But with that RPM deficit that they're carrying, it's really, really tough days for them.
Let's see, the rules do get tweaked here and there in this category to even out the performance of three very different machines. So that's the 4-cylinder Kawasaki, and we've got the Yamaha R3 on the CPR 250. So there's a lot of very clever technical work going on behind the scenes to make sure that they're on even terms. Scalingendra, number 56, got himself on the podium in Buriram.
Some aggressive riding going around in this session. Everyone really battling for that little bit of extra through slipstreams. So Aiki there trying to make a deep lunge into Murubil, who's currently topping the timesheets. 224.5, Galangendra there. He's trying to make his way forward, and Muhammad Fadli trying to follow behind him.
RB just at the front of that group there, next to Chao Vietnam, I saw.
Goes down there.
RB currently sitting 5th in this session, just ahead of his teammate for Astra Honda, Davina Brittani. And Brittani goes up to 3rd as they cross the line that time. Demoted to 4th by Galangendra. And there is number 24, that's Brittani, Padilla's teammate. Brittani's got Chao Vietnam ahead of him, so good marker for him. And that's Isam Iqbal on the number 24 machine for Victor Racing. Look competitive in Buriram as well, so let's hope they can carry that momentum forward.
Yeah, brilliant rider for Victor to have on the bike. Isam Iqbal, former wildcard in the Moto3 World Championship, regular in the CUV Championship.
Good illustration then of what we were talking about with this wide circuit at Sepang, that there's two very different lines, a really wide one being taken by Isam. It didn't lose him anything at all. He's really looking aggressive here. He's got Chao Vietnam getting in all sorts of shapes, and he's got Fadilla ahead of him, and he's really fighting.
I'm amazed that Chao Vietnam managed to make that stick. It's unbelievable. And there we go. Isam now chasing down Chao Vietnam and Fadilla. It's a good place that Isam has found himself in. I think, of course, that Victor Racing bike does need a bit of work over the factory machines, but Isam Iqbal putting a good fight to it. Oh, Isam makes a mess into turn 14. What's happened there? It's like he couldn't get the bike slowed down enough to make the turn, and it could have gotten real ugly for Isam Iqbal.
Yeah, and to your point, Daniel, you know, when you're not quite at that cutting edge of performance, you just push that little bit harder, don't you, to try and make up the difference. So, you know, fair play to Isam, really giving it everything, and fair play to Victor Racing.
I think it's good for Victor Racing to have Isam, because he's going to give it 110% every time, and he will find what the bike is lacking. And it'll be good for them moving forward. Chao Vietnam there, he improves his time to 226.1, so he goes up into 9th. Fadilla remains in 5th. Irfan Haikal, he's been lapping some good laps. He's improving again through sectors 1 and 2. And okay through sector 3 as well. Big improvements from Adi Muhammad Fadli. Irfan Haikal now goes up fastest 224.409.
Great work. So another team we're happy to see mixing it with the Astra Hondas and the Yamaha, the Indonesian Yamahas. Great work by Irfan Haikal. The other Irfan. We'll probably be seeing something of him very shortly. So it's Maestro NWNS CK Honda at the top of the timing screens. So a newly put together team just ahead of the new rider in the class, Chandra Mawan, Galang Hendra, and then two Astra Hondas of Davina Brittani and Vidila Ari Aditama. Where is Putra? This is the home circuit for him, for the Cardinals Factory Yamaha Synergies racing team. He's looking better now on this 250. After not really showing his potential in round one. There is Irfan Haikal. Sweeping round the outside. And he's taking a wide line to try and exit turn 14 quickly, but he had a rider in front of him which messed up that plan. So it looks like he's going to come into pit lane. Coming up to the halfway mark in this session, number 39 behind him. Another one to watch. Kritipat Kenkung. Midway point of the session, so not surprising to see a bunch of riders coming in for a break.
It's coming on screen there. It's Alfred Jacob Sablaya as well as Faris Putra Mamafadil. Looking a bit better this time around, Faris Putra. I've seen him on a factory Yamaha before here. He's managed to do 224s in that time, which would have been good enough for a top 3, top 4 here. But with Cardinals, it will be a new bike, and he is still trying to get that set up correctly. But he's making the right steps forward. We know the quality of Faris Putra. When he went to the FIM Intercontinental Games, he fought toe-to-toe with Aldi Satya Mahendra, the world champion during that season. So Faris Putra definitely has what it takes.
Yeah, he does, and he did a wild card at Buriram in the Blue Crew R3 Championship, and got himself on the podium as well. Qualified front row, got himself on the podium. So yeah, quality is all there.
Oh, cool. Another arrogant. I wonder if it's just going down the gears for Izam, whether he just can't get that bike slowed down, or is it a brake issue? Either way, not what you want when you want that bike to stop. So definitely some work to be done to that Yamaha R3 from Victor Racing.
Well, we're midpoint in the session, so now might be a good time to do it.
I was expecting him to come in after that scary moment in turn 14, but I guess maybe he thought it was just a rider error. I think that's Shuncheng Zhang who's down at turn 14 there. That's Shuncheng Zhang. So bike issues for him. So first time we're seeing any technical issues for the T1 Teres team. Or was it just an error going to 14? We didn't see what happened exactly, but he was cruising off the track.
His teammate Rish Takahira, currently 10th on a 225.8. He was quicker than that this morning.
It is a good session from Davino Brittani actually.
Yeah, it is.
5th.
Yeah.
So Davino, a product of the Astra Honda Racing School. Davino racing in the Asia Talent Cup as well. Davino's only 16 years old, if I remember correctly. He's born in 2009. Yeah, 16 years old this year. So young talent again from the factory of Astra Honda's talent creation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And so a good pairing with Arby then.
Very,
Yeah.
very indeed. Chandra doing a good session as well. Then Shami struggling a lot in this weekend so far. Of course, Uma Racing, Majimoto, they have a mountain to climb. It's their first time going to the 250 class. It was a request from Dennis Shami actually. He really wanted to do this this championship, and yeah, amazingly enough, they did manage to prepare a bike in time. But it will be, yeah, it will be tough. It will be a tough season for them. Dennis Shami with the quality, Uma Racing as well with the capabilities to deliver. So it's a matter of making everything work to make those steps forward. Beautiful looking bike as well in the 250 cc form.
Yeah, it is. They've got a good graphic design team, because at a glance that looks so similar to the number 87 bike in the Underbones.
Yep, it does, yeah.
Nazareth, yeah. So yeah, great work by the creatives there.
And Dennis Shami there, former Asia Talent Cup Championship contender. Was in CEV for many seasons. With the European the Asia Talent team. They're looking to make a new life out of the quarter-liter class with the AP250 Championship. It's going to be a tough one. Uma Racing does have factory support, so they will have understanding and data to develop this bike further. I think this season they'll take it just as a learning season, and next year we will start to see some proper challenges from them. I think it's the same for Fares Putra and Cardinals.
Yeah, and again, that Cardinals bike looks, you know, the Cardinals have really got the branding right with the colour scheme. So 12 minutes to go.
And as he's up now, looks like he was just testing the gears up and down as he exited pit lane. There's Arby, number 93. I wonder if that's any relation to who might be his idol in racing.
On the number 93, yeah, possibly. Got to be confident to put that on, haven't you?
Definitely, it's similar to putting number 46 on your bike.
Exactly, yeah, yeah.
And there goes Arby now. Really made a great statement in round one. Shown his true quality and the reason why Astro Honda believed in him to put him into the World Championship.
And where he is looking at the timing screens now, if he were to start with, what has he got, 1 second almost disadvantage from the top, I think in the race that wouldn't be any disadvantage at all for a rider of his quality. So he's definitely within striking range.
This will be a little bit warmer than what we would expect for the qualifying tomorrow, but it does give us a similar outlook on how we can expect it to look like lap time wise.
Lap time's not much different from what they were at the first session.
Yeah. And the fastest being around 24s.
24.2 was Rishi's fastest time.
Yeah. And as RB there going back to pit lane. So that's the 10-minute mark. 10 minutes left in the AP250 practice 2. Got a few riders who have already come back out, like Ikmal. But the majority of the grid back in pit lane making adjustments. Top speed for this session goes to Murabil Bitoni and Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. So it's a fantastic jump from them. And one thing I'll say, it's the development done by Indonesian teams is fantastic. I mean, we see how Cardinals and Uma Racing Yamaha Majimoto, they're trying to go step by step, but somehow LFN HP 969 have come in to this championship as a new contender in the AP250 class and straight away are contesting for top positions. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they're really doing something right, aren't they? Because ever since they joined ARRC a few seasons ago, they've had loads of bikes and loads of good riders and been really competitive. Machinery's been really good, so yeah, it'd be interesting to have a dig around.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking as a bit of a management nerd, to see how that all has been, how they've made that happen.
And they've essentially got 2 teams now in the underbone class as well. It's an unbelievable showing. There's Rich Takahira, right behind Izam Ikmal. This will be a fun one to watch. Both riding the Yamaha R3s. One is aboard the TY Antares, hailing from China, and Izam Ikmal in the Victor Racing Yamaha R3. Izam tried to get past there, but in his way was number 18 of Nguyen Hu 3. Rich Takahira choosing a cleaner spot to try and make a move.
Yeah, he's looking quick and confident, isn't he?
Yeah, he's gone quick in sector 1, but sector 2, yeah, he slowed down a bit. So Izam now trying to make that move on Nguyen Hu 3. Does make that move through the slipstream. I think this is Izam's plan. He wants to stick with Rich because he knows Rich was fastest in practice 1. So it won't be on this lap for the pair of them, but it could be the next one coming in. Gao Xiang, another decent session from him, 226.4. So that's some of the similar lap times I've seen him do here before, just a few weeks ago. So he'll be looking for at least a 25 this weekend. I think it will be possible once we get the slipstreams working. Izam there, you can see how hard he's pushing. He's just gone wide in 14, trying to carry that extra bit of rolling speed, but in the straight he gets gapped a bit by Rich.
Yeah, Hutri hanging on to these two pretty well. See how they go through here. Izam having a look. Good stuff here from 2 teams that we a few months ago wouldn't have really thought were going to be at the front in this class. It's great to see the variation that we've got here.
Oh! What's that contact between the tires?
Must have been a little touch, yeah.
How has Izam managed to keep that bike going straight? Either way, nothing wrong with the top speed of that Victor Racing Yamaha R3 there, as Izam has shown through the slipstream, but you see how hard he's having to push through the turns. Rich now is going to try and get a bit of slipstream, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can somewhat help each other out rather than disturb each other. So you around this lap in front of them, there was
Joanne Reeves, Emmanuel, number 13. As you said a few laps ago, this is a good one to watch between these 2 riders, Rich and Izam. Yeah, number 13. Oh, it's, yeah, the teams, yeah.
They're just looking for who's coming up behind him. Rich there trying to make a move in turn 9, but it won't happen. Izam loves turn 9 here in Sepang. Yeah, Emily, sorry, he's in this as well, but he has yet to show anything impressive. There goes Rich Takahira trying to make a move that plays out be really quite brave through 10, 12 and 13.
Yeah, Izam the quicker of the 2. Best time so far. 2:25. Just did a 2:24.2 in the first session.
And neither one of them really improving on this lap, so the heat could definitely be a factor. You can see the sun has really come out now. And Rich backing off from this lap, and I think he's heading back to pit lane. So yep, that will be the end of the session. So Izam will be on his own without any help of slipstream or helping with slipstream. So this could have been the fastest that we've seen of Izam, the 25.4.
Without a tow, he might struggle for top speed.
This This is down at turn. Yeah, this is at turn 13. He's going straight through the gravel trap. I think bike probably with a technical issue and doesn't want to limp the bike back, which is a smart move, I would say, rather than keeping it dangerously on the track. Take it aside, get the marshals to wheel it off.
Vino Britannia again, the number 24. It's been impressing us.
Irfan Haikal has really excelled in this session, but Irfan Aliancia, on the other hand, hasn't really shown anything. He looked good in the first practice session.
Yeah, it really did. Going with Sharmi once again for Uma Racing. Just looking for other luminaries here. Kritapat 1.4 seconds down. Currently 12th. Sharmi there has got the 80 of Adil Hagisani. Kritapat seems to be making a move with just 2 minutes left. That was his best sector 1. Kritapat looked pretty good in the first session.
Yeah, that's Kritapat now. Kritapat Kankum.
Yeah, he can be worth following this time.
It really looked like a Hollywood movie star on the grid in round 1.
Yeah, surrounded by cameras and models and all the rest of it. Just really looked the part and was, started as a favourite.
Yeah, definitely.
So, which, is another measure of how good Arvi is.
Yeah. So we're trying to get an interview with him, with the sea people around him was a proper challenge. And yeah, it shows that a lot of people are believing in Kritapat's capabilities. And look at the way he's riding, full of confidence through 10, 13, 14. That was super impressive. Right on the limit. He goes faster through sector 3. You can,
that's the best sector 3 so far.
You can tell it was
Kritapat,
it's a good one coming.
Yeah.
He's going to have a good chunk of slipstream if Irfan Adiansha doesn't get in his way, so he will get a bit of slipstream, bit of a toe there. This will be good one. This should be a 20, and at least a low 25 from Kritapat.
Yeah, I think he's got a clear run through turn 15 as well. Yes, he has. So yeah, let's see what he stops the clock at this time.
Ooh, and a bit of slipstream as well from the Kawasaki in front of him. This will be good. He comes across the line, 24.1. He doesn't just go 25, he goes fastest for this session. 24.1, 5.7 for Kritapat Kankum.
Yeah, there's 2 best sectors.
Oh. And he's kept it on the line there.
Yeah, that's it.
Unbelievable. Pure entertainment.
Yeah.
How many mates we use
Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
He or she would have made of that just behind him.
And Shami's on the go as well, lapping similar sector times to Kritapat, so Shami seems to have found something.
Sorry, that's Andy Fadley behind him. Let's take another look.
How chaotic do you like it?
Yeah, that's it.
So for right now, Dennis Shami's gone fast again in sector 3. So Dennis Shami, he'll be improving quite a bit. Then Shami's faster through Sector 1, Sector 2, and Sector 3. Looks like a low 26 or a mid to high 25 coming in for Denishami. On screen now, still your fastest of the session. Denishami trying to find some late improvements. Irfan Adiansha as well. Let's see if we can get Denishami on screen. I think Denishami will be there to take the checker flag. Let's see. There it goes. Denishami, yeah, he does go all the way up into 6. Denishami, who really, we were talking about it earlier, it looked like they were having struggles, but now he's found something, a 25.2, and he goes all the way to 6.
Yeah, that's it. And he's just a second down on that time of Kritapat. Brilliant stuff. A second is not much on this 5.5 kilometer circuit.
Fantastic job from Denishami and Majimoto Asia team making the right steps forward.
It's a strangely quiet session for Irfan Ardiancha on your screen there, the number 16, just behind Kritapat.
Yeah, I feel like every time we've seen him on screen, he's not been on a push lap. He's just been coasting about, so either something wrong with the bike or he is seriously sandbagging the session.
Yeah.
The 12th is not too bad, but we know Irfan Ardiancha has quality. We saw it in practice 1.
Yeah, I mean, looking down the list here, the fastest, really the top 15 there are really, really good, all really good riders. So it's the famous shot there of turn 15 here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit, and here are the results. It was a 2:24.157 for Kritapat Kemkum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Irfan Haikal Amidi for Maestro NWNSCK was second quickest. Great session from him. Great session also from Murray Vitoni for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Kandra Hermawan making another good session, was fourth quickest. Fifth, Galang Hendra, and sixth, Daniel Shami for Uma Racing with that late lunge. Really good session from him. Davino Brittani, number 24 for Astra Honda, was 7th, and his teammate, the number 93 for Dilla Avi Aditama, was 8th. Aiki Yoshi narrowly missed out in both races last year. Narrowly missed the win for Moto Kawasaki. Sniper Manual Tech was 9th. 10th, Izam Ikmal for Victor Racing. Really lively session for him. Farid Putra showing what he's made of for Cardinals Factory was 11th. 12th for Irfan Ardiancha, a little quieter from him. A little quieter also for Rish Takahiro and Cal Vietnam. They were 12th, 13th and 14th. 15th, Andy Fadley, as he gets to grips with that Kawasaki. Gao Zhang for Team One for All was 16th. 17th, Aldiaz Axel Ismail. Kevin Kintel was 18th for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Honda Racing Vietnam's Nguyen Hu Tri was 19th. 20th, Fadil Algasani Friadi. Nguyen Tonampu was 21st and 22nd. Jasul Jarami, 23rd. Shunchen Zhang. Alfred Jacob Sablaya for SDG Heart Pro was 24th. 25th, Johan Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Dongnan Zhe for Victor Racing was 26th, and 27th for Team One for All, Yu Guang Yuan. So that's free practice 2. We'll be seeing the AP 250s one more time this afternoon, but coming up next before the scheduled lunch break will be the second session of the day for the Supersport 600. So stay with us for that. We'll be back in just about 6 or 7 minutes from now. We're at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for Free Practice Friday for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
It's free practice Friday here at Sepang, and the final session of the morning is the second session of the day for the Supersport 600 class. As you see the riders on their outlap coming into turn 15, one of many challenging corners on this 5.5 kilometer Sepang circuit. And what a great shot that is of the home straight as the riders come across to start their first flying lap. Number 20 there is Jakrapat Pudisan, for Honda Thailand racing team. 3 riders in this class. Alongside him, Lieutenant Long Pliao and Kitsadar. Getting in amongst the Thai riders there. You can see the number 44 of Karol Idampawi, Super Kip riding for Idemitsu Honda Malaysia. Hasn't quite found his form yet in 2025, so keep our eyes on him. There is Jakrapat, and the number 31 is Tana. Number 18 going through there is Kitsada, rookie in this class. And fastest time of the free practice 1 was 2:10.5, which was recorded by none other than Kasper Daniel Kazmayuddin. Kazma looking on really good form, but here all we can see is Honda's Daniel.
Yeah, 3 Honda Thailand's proper a grid filled with Hondas has been pretty much the most consistent performing bike. Of course, champion last year was a Yamaha by Apio Wangtananon. Yeah, the Honda factory teams have been really showing quite a good attendance.
Yeah, 3 bikes apiece for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia and Honda Thailand Racing Team. It's all red and white, and a little flash of blue there for Karol Idampawi on your screen right now. Tanak was the quickest around on that first flying lap. Looks like the extended Team Honda is going to stay together for now. Amongst them actually is an Astra Honda. Notice the 1, 2, 3. Razor Danica RNs. 2023 AP250 champion, Razor Danica. Really on the hunt for results this season. On the hunt for results in every season is the number 32, Helmi Asman. They're coming towards you with the yellow number 32 on the front. Took a win last time here at Sepang. We're here for round 5 in 2024. And looking for a real championship contender who probably feels that it's time for him to actually take that championship. Made a good fist of it this morning with the best time of 2:10.9. Daniel, you were saying that wouldn't have satisfied him, but he did look good, and his body language was good, aggressive, determined. Just looks like he's riding really well.
Yeah, he looks fantastic. I mean, like I said, I saw him, I witnessed him on his debut on the thousands. He was brilliant there. He's really been brilliant every time we've seen him on the 600. And you'd have to think that if there was any season for Helmi Asman to become the champion in the 600 class, it would have to be this season. But of course, it's not going to be easy. You've got Adinanta Putra, who's fantastic this year, Anupam as well. You know, we know Anupam's experience, Helmi using...
That's how hard he's going to have to try.
More than just a bit of the track. area there. Yeah, you got Wagyu as well, who's found his form.
And a resurgent Kazma.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. If Helmi chose this season to be the one where he really pushes for the title, he's chosen a real challenge. I mean, he was close to it a couple of seasons ago. This time it's going to be a different challenge. He's going to have to bring out a new beast in Helmi Asman.
Yeah, his confidence has grown over the years. He does look a seasoned, confident rider who knows what he's capable of. It'd be really good to see him take the fight to this championship this year. In the very early stages of this session, he is actually quickest. It is Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysian teammate, Caroline Paui. Anupam, third quickest. Nobody into the 210s yet. Looking further down, Carl Paz, who showed us his potential in Buriram on Hongyong Yamaha. He's currently 6th. And Avananta Putra, who we both eulogised at various stages over the last couple of seasons, Daniel. He's currently 6th. He wasn't as far up the order as we thought in the first pre-practice session.
Yeah, it's I would say it is quite surprising, knowing how good Astra Honda are as well as Avananta Putra. I think perhaps the one thing that is against them will be data. Because Anupap, again, despite not having his bike for the Malaysian Superbike Championship race weekend, they were here and they will have plenty of things to take away from a very difficult weekend. So there's an advantage for them. There's an advantage for the Yamaha Thailand racing team. There's an advantage for Idemitsu Honda racing team, as well as Honglong with Kasma and Mikindi Kalpas. So Astra Honda will have the data from the past, but most recently will be the boys in blue and the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team, as well as Honda Racing Thailand actually, with the amount of data they've had last season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the great advantages of running 3 bikes. But yeah, these 2 Yamaha riders, Kazma and Anupap, talking about what a steep hill Helmi has to climb to win the championship. Those are 2 obstacles he's going to have to overcome.
Definitely, and Damov this time starting even further down the order. Again, lapping in 212 is not going to be enough for Shafin and Asman. But Kip really starting to show up again, 211.0. They'll be looking for the 210s once again. Maybe the heat not favoring the fastest lap times for this session. We did see 210s, 3 bikes doing 210s in practice 1 in cooler temperatures. That would be more or less closer to, well actually no, this would be closer to qualifying tomorrow for them. Qualifying tomorrow happens close to midday. So this will be a bit of a gauge on how the lap times will look for qualifying. Then again, they will have qualifying rears, so we've seen Apiwat do 208.7.
Everybody running mediums, just while we're on the topic of tyres. The Yamaha Thailand pit. Just running Anupap and Kritapap in the 250s this weekend.
Good teamwork perhaps between the 2 Yamaha boys there, Anupap and Kasma, trading a bit of slipstream. Kasma either ran really wide or went into pit lane. I think, yeah, he's gone into pit lane.
Yeah, he got his exit really wrong a couple of laps ago as well, on turn 15. So yeah, this time he meant it.
Kasma is resting on a tank there. I think that's just an indication of what the weather's like out there.
Yeah. That is Anupap.
Rocco going around much better this time to 12.5. He's only a second and a half off the pace of Helmi Asman in first. So, bit of improvement from Rocco.
Yep, riding for team One for All, which one way or another has a bike or more in each class. Rocco is their man here. They're supporting the Aprilia Tatara effort in ASP 1000. And of course they've got their own riders in AP 250 and Underbones. There goes Adinanta Putra, winner of race 1 in tricky conditions in Buriram.
Bit of a funny story to the build-up for this weekend for Rocco. He was telling me that this is his first time ever flying alone all the way from Europe to Asia. So it seemed like it was a bit of an experience for him.
Okay, good for him.
Yeah, so comes into this weekend all fresh and really trying to give his best.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't flying around the world at 16.
Yeah. It's been there. There's a kid Sara with Adinanta Putra is going to take the inside line and make a nice slick pass there at turn 15.
Yeah, keeping it nice and clean. See what he's got in the session, Adinanta.
Yes, Helmi Asman, he's headed back to pit lane there with the legs sticking out. Yeah, so with the temperatures rising, it seems this session really hasn't given us much more to talk about over practice 1.
There's Skip, Caroline Powie. Looking, showing us nothing there with the facial expressions. Absolutely inscrutable.
Good improvements from Xiao Juntong in this session. He's dipped below 215s, so he's just behind Ferozi's 214.2.
And in comes Helmi Asman. Fudin already in the pit. So Helmi has the advantage as it stands. And this is a familiar sight, which is during the mid-session pit stop, Xiao Juntong stays out there.
Yeah, it looks like an in-lap for him though. He has
he's sitting up. Yeah.
it's a new suit for him as well. New suit, new helmet design. Well, maybe he's... I can't tell whether he's choosing to come back in or whether he will go for one more. But out on track, still some busy young riders. Adinanta Putra. Behind him is Kisada and Jakobat, I think. But yeah, Tanat's back in pit lane, so yeah, that's Jakobat Putusan.
Yeah, so there's a good quality little group of riders there.
Tanat's sticking his leg out. I think he's heading back to pit lane. So two of the young Honda Racing talents will continue on this session. Their senior, who's not that much older than them, is Tanat Langplayoff with this team. He's running in third for the session, so much better from Tanat. This is what we expect from him.
Yeah, just got a bit more experience at this level than these two riders. But they have to say, Honda Racing Thailand have been picking some really good young riders to bring to ARRC over the last year or so.
And pushing them quickly up, you can see the intention to push riders into international championships by Honda Racing Thailand. It's not often you see 15, 16-year-olds straight away put onto a 600cc bike.
Yeah, and there is Tanat.
Tanat, a real lively character, but when it comes to sessions, he's laser focused. Surprised he's keeping his helmet on with the heat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the heat haze there, it's really picking up. Again, the forecast lying to us a bit. It was supposed to be cloudy for the entirety of today, but the sun has come out to play.
Yeah, though really trying to guess the weather in Sepang is like trying to guess the winner of an underbone race. It's a real fool's errand. But so far so good, I would say, with the weather.
Yeah, it's stayed dry, fingers crossed, as of right now, which is very good to see in Sepang. It's with the brilliance and layout that we have here. You always want to see the riders pushing to the absolute max. It does give some brilliant racing in the wet though.
Yeah, my taxi driver yesterday told me it would probably rain at 4 o'clock every day.
Yeah,
which actually sounds about right.
That has been the pattern. Between 3 to 5, you would say that these are the times that you would be most worried about a random thunderstorm, when the weather said it would be sunny. So it's going to be a tough one to predict, as always, weather-wise. And when it has rained, it has really come down in
newspapers.
Sorry?
Newspapers.
Yeah.
That was an expression I picked up years ago from an old guy I used to work with. It's raining newspapers. It makes slightly more sense than cats and dogs.
Yeah, in a way. I'd love to see the history of that expression.
Yeah, yeah. There's Razor Danica. 2:11.9, his best time in this session.
Yeah, Razor's still trying to get more accustomed with the 600cc bikes. He doesn't seem as at home as he has been with the 250 class. It's been, no, if I remember correctly, this is his 3rd season, I think it is.
He had a season before, didn't he, in between his 250 championships. He went to 600s. And then went back, won another championship in 250s. But yeah, it hasn't quite worked for him yet.
There were a few occasions where it looked like it's finally clicking for him, but like for example last year in the final round in Buriram, it was looking good and then a mistake from him. So yeah, it's unfortunate because Reza he's a brilliant rider. He's in the 250 class, he was really unstoppable. I think, remember, it was only Vera Ega who got the better of him on a few occasions, yeah.
Yeah, we just saw Herjan Apner in the pits a few moments ago. Another rider from Astra, still waiting to see, make his improvements, make his way up. 2 seasons ago, that was Adananta. And now look at him, he's absolutely a contender. These 2 Thai Hondas, putting the work in.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's really hot out there, but they've done 8 laps, the most of anyone in this session.
Yeah, Anupab looking nicely relaxed.
Yeah, you never looks frazzled, would that be the word for it?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't look like...
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. He's just full of confidence. He's always in good spirits. Like just a couple of weeks ago when he was here, sorry, 3 weeks ago when he was here, it wasn't an easy weekend for him, but when I had a chat with him, he was always smiling, always laughing about. He just seems calm and just knows that whatever the challenge, he will find a way about it, and he will find a way to do better.
Yeah, you always know you're gonna get 100% from him. It's team one for all. Rocco Sessler. Somewhere beneath that, the top of that visor is a German flag, I think.
The one for all continuing their incognito-y livery. Mostly dark colors with a splash of fluorescent.
Yeah.
It's Kid Sada now. He's kept his teammate a bit, Jack Butt. The last lap, Kid Sada was just about 3/10 faster. And still looking consistent. I mean, they haven't improved the times further, but they are lapping consistently, which is a good start for them, you know, to get used to the 600cc class, get a bit more mileage in the bike, find a base and just try and stick with it and slowly build forward. It's good steps forward for Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, definitely these two really putting the work in. Tanat just a step ahead of them as it stands.
Bit of a moment there, turn 15, trying to muscle that bike through that Kingbird sharp 180-degree turn. Sticks his leg out again, another 2:13, 2:13.4 this time. So Kitsada 9 laps done, and I think this will be an in lap for him.
Yeah, it's a long in lap, isn't it?
Proper journey. Coming across there, that is Tanat, who's just come out, so he will begin his flying lap after lengthy discussions in the pit lane. It was 11 minutes he was in pit lane. He's the first off the big pack to come out. Trying to avoid the convoy of riders coming out of pit lane, and this has disrupted his first flying lap, so everyone else as well coming back out.
Yeah, it's going to get lively now with just 6 minutes remaining. The Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit box.
Just looking behind, trying to make sure he's clear of everyone.
Yeah, he's got himself some space now. 2:11.4, his best effort so far.
There's a McKinley Kyle pass behind him. He keeps looking behind him, McKinley Kyle. I think Kyle has looked at that and thought, you know what, I might follow him for a bit, and I think Tanat has picked on that as well. So Tanat's trying to make a break away from it while Kyle's trying to get heat in the tires, but Kyle has stuck with him, so this will be a good one for Kyle. He's been looking to dip into the 2:11s. Here comes Helmi Azman. With him by his side, well, almost by his side, is Kip. And again, this is something which I've seen with Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. They're not riding as a trio. Shafir and Azman is often on his own, where Kip and Helmi are sometimes trying to ride together, but in Buriram we saw Helmi doing it on his own as well. So you would think a bit of teamwork would really benefit them. In this situation right now, Helmi and Kip are both lapping similarly, so that really does work. But for Damok, if he could go out with them, maybe he would benefit from understanding what they're doing a bit better this time out.
Kazma, who's been quiet in this session, only having done 4 laps. He's back out now. Biggest this morning with a 2:10.5. McKinley can't pass behind Tanat currently.
Tanat managed to look behind in the middle of turn 15 to catch that Kyle was still with him, and I have no idea how he's found time to actually look behind right mid through 15 there. So it's impressive by Tanat's confidence.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sometimes you see that with really good riders, and you just look again and you think, how did he actually do that?
Here's Kasma again with Anupam, so I wonder if they've had a bit of a deal with each other to try and help each other out, because every time we've seen them in this section, it's been together.
There's a couple of riders you would think from their personalities would probably get along.
Yeah, Kyle and Kasma do get along well as teammates, and perhaps a new addition to the trio will be Anupam.
Just 3 minutes remaining now to the checkered flag for this second session of the day. Nobody's into the 210s yet, but I think we might just about see it. Good sector 2 for Kazma.
Carlos behind Tanat just set his personal best, sector 1 and sector 3. Tanat, however, has not improved throughout this lap.
Yeah.
Here's Kasma, Anupab and Damon. I'm not sure if Ganas was behind the pair of Hondas. Sorry, the pair of Yamahas.
Ferozi has been quiet. One of the new riders into this class from AP250s. He's on his best laps so far.
A bit of a twitch there for Anupab as he gets to the apex at turn 1. So behind Kasma is Damok and behind Kasma and Anupab are Reza Danica and Damok. Not close enough to really benefit much, but Anupab and Kasma once again sticking to each other. Carl's gone and done his lap 12.3, so he's not improved. Kasma through sector 1 has improved, so as Wayu Nugroho. Anupab on this lap through sector 1 hasn't done his personal best, but he's done a fast sector 1.
And it's as though Ferozi...
Oh, someone's gone off. That's Reza Danica. So Reza trying to tail behind Anupab. He's tossed it out at turn 5, so that's unfortunate for him. And it's what we're seeing from last season as well.
A lot of frustration, yeah.
Like where he starts to finally find a bit of pace and tries to push that little bit extra. Mistake happens, and it's really unfortunate for Reza.
Yeah, he's not going to try and pick that up on his own.
That's a fast place to crash too. At turn 5, you're easily going about 160, 170 kilometers per hour going in. Oh, Nugroho sets the fastest second sector for the session and a really fast sector 1, so look out for the Indonesian rider for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Fast again through sector 3, so looking likely like a low 2:11 for Wayu Nugroho. It's Anupab's not gone faster on this lap. Kasma did a decent sector 1, but won't be improving in this lap. Sector 3, he's completely backed off, hence why Anupab's on his own.
Yeah, last time across for Anupab in this session.
Kasma,
Wayu goes into P3 with a 2:11.2. As we just looked there at the abandoned Honda of Reza Danica.
What happened is going into turn 5. Yeah, there we go. That's a fast crash, and Reza tumbling through. He's lucky not to get injured there. Look how far away that bike travel is. But between 170 to 180, tipping in, slowing down, and looks like he lost the front.
Still to come through Helmi and Kip, but they won't make any difference to the timing screens. Look at the marshals doing their great work, as always, here at Sepang. There it is, that iconic backdrop. And 2:11.035. Helmi Asman was the quickest rider in FP2 for Super Sport 600. Karolidin Pawi was his teammate, was second quickest. Wayu Nugroho, through that really good late lap, third quickest. Fourth, Tamak Longclair for Honda Racing Thailand. Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing was fifth. Sixth, Adinanta Putra. Seventh, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for Hongyong Yamaha. And Reza Danica, that late crasher for Astra Honda, he got the 8th best time, 2:11.9. And into the 2:12s with McKinley Carl Paz. He was 9th quickest. 10th, Virginato Fradaus for Astra Honda. Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. 11th, 12th, Rocco Sessler, Team 1 for All. 13th, Ferozi Torakatula. Kittada Thunderchop for Honda Racing Thailand was 14th and 15th. Jackford Bat Pidisan. A lot of laps put in for those two. So perhaps we'll see them improving during the weekend. And Xiaojun Tong to 14.9 into the 2:14s for the Chinese rider. So next up here at Sepang is a short lunch break, and when we come back it will be with the sound of thunder, because it will be the second session of the day for the ASP 1000 class. So we'll see you then. We're at Trona Sepang International Circuit for free practice Friday for Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in about half an hour.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.